Hello and welcome to Runkle of the Bailey. My name is Ian Runkle, a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. Hopefully everyone can hear me, and hopefully everyone's got a nice sip of something. So, all right, looks like it started me off mid-sentence. Of course it does. So, how's everyone doing? No, I'm not sponsored by Coke. I've just been really tired. All right, so let's now, I don't know if everyone's been sort of following this one. We're looking at the Kohberger case, which is basically the case of the guy who is accused, and at this point, just an accusation, but it seems like they've done their homework on this one. So we'll see how this goes. But of killing several people in Idaho, so it's a bit of a big deal. Idaho doesn't tend to have this many, that many sort of huge big cases, and now they've got one. So I see. Whoops. If you're tired, maybe sleep some. Just a suggestion. I have been trying. It doesn't work all that well. See, Natalie and EDB did this today. I'm sure there's going to be lots of people giving their takes on it because it's a big case, and so I haven't seen their takes, but I'm kind of curious. I will probably try to check those out a little bit later. So, all right. So what we've got here, and I see. Thank you to Linda DB for the 10 gifted memberships there. So what we've got is an affidavit here, and that's an affidavit to get the arrest warrant. So now we've got the details on all of this, and there's a lot to it. You get to see the investigation. And this really shows us what an investigation can look like when basically, when essentially all of the money doors have been opened, because this is basically the situation when the police get really interested in something and are willing to spend the overtime hours and all of that towards a goal. They can be tremendously scary in terms of how much information they can get. Now, in some circumstances, that's a good thing. We don't want serial killers on the street. I think that kind of goes without saying. So let's have a look. All right. So we'll just pull this up here. Give me a second. We can also look at watching his court appearance today. Not a whole lot happens in that court appearance. I'll just sort of, it's kind of but it's worth watching just to see. Now, I've edited it down because there's people who put all sorts of things up on it, and then they can try to claim copyright on that stuff, notwithstanding the fact that it's a public court hearing. So you'll see sort of a cropped down version. And I see, am I looking forward to working the Alberta Court of Justice in April? I mean, they change the name all the time. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. So, all right. And I see they've kept a very tight rein on the evidence in this case. They absolutely have, and they're going to continue to do that. There's actually a gag order that suggests they can't present more evidence to the public. And that makes sense because there's going to be a jury trial on this one, and they don't want to contaminate the jury any more than they already have been. So if you're in Idaho and you are not, and you might be on a jury, stop watching this if you want to be on the jury. So, all right. I see there's almost 26,000 people living in Moscow, Idaho. Yeah, which isn't all that much. Hi, Runkle. Is this live? Hi. Yes, it's live. So, all right. Maybe we'll catch up quickly on some super chats just because otherwise they'll get a little sort of old. So Lisa Bryant, thank you for the membership. Same to Ellie Foley 82 and also to Nancy L. There's one here. Somebody was asking, good to see you. How's the dog that had surgery? That's Potter, and Potter is doing great. He's doing fantastic. He's just running around. He's, he's doing better than he ever was. So if you aren't sort of familiar there, he had surgery on his back legs, sort of double ACL surgery. It's the doggy equivalent, and he's now recovering. He's doing really good. So I am a big fan of the pup, and I'm glad to see that he's doing so well, because you worry about them, especially when they're you know when they're causing you concern like that. All right. And some people have also been asking about this one. Please post the Gundy's link. I just did, and I pinned it. So that is, I'm up for 2 Viewers' Choice Awards, and those are in the categories. The first category is breakout creator for sort of firearm channels. And that one, I don't know if I deserve. Honestly, I might vote for what's his Tactical Girlfriend. But the one I think would be hilarious if I did win is Voice of the Second Amendment, because I'm a Canadian, so that's hilarious. So you can vote for me in each category each day. So yeah. All right, let's begin, because there's some really interesting stuff in this one. And I just got to make sure that I properly share my window here. All right, hopefully everybody can see the statement here. So this is Exhibit A. So this is an exhibit to the affidavit, but it's kind of the interesting part. So the below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah. I assume that's how it's pronounced and not Leda, but we'll go with Latah. Brett Payne is employed by the Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal, and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. That's not a long time, honestly. I see somebody saying, "Can you remind us what this case even is?" Multiple murders in Idaho, and Idaho doesn't get a whole lot of like multiple murderers, so that's what we're looking at here. All right. See, Runkle for the voice of the Second Amendment. Yes. I think that will be hilarious, because if I show up, I'm going to be really tempted to show up wearing like a Canadian flag suit, just to really, because it'll be hilarious. So, yeah. As an American, I'm proud to say I voted for a Canadian in an American election. Awesome. All right. So, Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the FBI. Why is the FBI on this one? Well, as I said, this is one of those situations where all of the doors of money have now have been opened, and all of the resources are going to be deployed. So that's what we're seeing here, is an investigation of the kind that we don't normally get to see, because most investigations, like if somebody is stealing your liquor bottle, they're not going to break out this kind of money to investigate it. Even if you're just straight up murdered. Like if somebody came in the door right now wearing a ski mask and murdered me on live camera, please don't. And also, I've got swords right next to me, but please don't. They would not spend this kind of money and this kind of effort on it. That's just the sad and straight up truth. There's limited money. So, they will absolutely. This is sort of, for college kids, it was making the news, and then more in further killings. This is national news, and this is multiple murders, and the FBI is definitely going to be interested. All right. So, see, please don't. Runkle is awesome. Yes, please no murder. How much could a trial like this cost? I think that this has already cost a tremendous amount. I suspect that we're talking about millions. So, yeah. All right. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Corporal Payne is, Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. So now that that's been broadcast, I mean, I'm repeating it, but it was out on a number of other sources. Please don't go to the crime scene, folks. Just don't. So, yeah. To assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. So he's not the first guy on the scene. He's not the, he's not the chief of the forensics. He's just a guy. Moscow Police Department Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. So he's getting a walkthrough, he's getting an explanation, and so forth. And so we'll see what's going on there. And whoops, that just went down for a second. Sorry, give me a second here. Secret, perhaps you got the thing I was looking at. So I'll just rely on, I've got good mods in the chat. Hopefully we'll just rely on that here. I see. I would not take that house if they gave it away free. You'd certainly want them to wash it real well. So Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. They get into a lot of details in these things because they want to be specific. This is just sort of how police write these things. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned, through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room, was Xana Kernodle's. Hereafter, the Kernodle room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. So somebody was asking, is there a cellophane warning? Yeah, kind of. There's some murders going on in this one. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. So multiple stabbings. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined, autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner, dated December 15th, 2022. I'm not sure why they redacted the medical examiner's name out. That's weird. And I see, what's a cellophane warning? A cellophane warning is basically viewer discretion. If you don't like hearing about grisly murders, then this might not be the thing to watch because we're talking about a grisly murder situation. So, House Hippo says, I read this earlier and learned a few things not to get caught, or not to do if I don't want to get caught when I commit murders. It does actually include some of that. Note, I have not yet and have no plans for murders. The best way not to get caught for committing murder is not to commit murders. Best way to go. All right. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves or Gonclaves, or I'm not sure. I'm going to try my best. I later learned from review of Officer Nuna's body camera that there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. I don't like the language here. I really don't like the language. There was a dog. What happened to the dog, guys? Because a lot of these situations, police are not necessarily the best with dogs. I see Devin is saying, unfortunately, not a foolproof method. And I'm seeing Gonsalves. Okay, thank you. I will try to not mangle that as badly as I have been. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jacques Ducoeur. I found out from my interview with Jacques Ducoeur on November 13th, 2022. I don't know if he pronounces it the French style, but it is a French construction on November 13th, 2022, that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. I don't like all the past tense on the dog. Oh, I see that the dog is okay. Thank you. That is good, because sometimes police shoot dogs, and I don't like that. Dog didn't do nothing wrong. Dog's good. Murphy the dog is okay. Excellent. Yes. So, all right. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan, hereafter Mogan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. You could probably draw a map from all of this. This is kind of neat. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. This sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. And you might think, hey, this is a super specific knife. And unfortunately, it's not. This is a K-Bar knife. They're really common. They're a great knife, but there's tons of them out there. So this does not narrow things down at all. Lots of them out there. And hey, Uncivil, new rumor I'm started, Runkle made the sheath. No, you know it's not, because it's well made. So I'm pretty sure that this was just a commercial product, right? Lots of people sell these, and I see it's noted as a fighting knife. That is accurate. Let me just pull this down for a sec. Well, no, if I pull it down, it's going to be a pain to bring up. Interesting thing about this, knife design, it's a fixed blade knife, and it has little sort of guards over the wrist, and you might think that those are guards for fencing. They're not. At least, not in the modern era, because nobody fences anymore. So the style, or what that's for, is to keep your hand from slipping over it. And so sometimes when people stab, their hand slips onto the knife, and a very common cut or very common injury is to end up with a cut sort of right there from your hand slipping over. That won't happen with a K-Bar because it is it's designed not to have that happen. And I see somebody saying I should show it. Yeah, let's pull up a K-Bar here. All right, give me a second. K-Bar. We're just going to go to kbarknives.com, because they sell lots of them. Or maybe I'll just pull it up in Google Images. All right. Yeah, Google Images is going to get me a perfectly fine image here. I'm just going to have to bring it up in full size. Sorry, folks. This is not my best work in terms of bringing this up. kbarknives.com doesn't seem to want to load. Of course they don't. All right. Well, let's just bring it up here. Present, share screen. All right, so these are K-Bars, and you can see the sheath they're describing is right here, right? This is the sheath. And so, that's the USMC thing. You've got that strap. And when we look at the actual knife here, what I was talking about is you see that sort of, I'm blanking on the word there. So the, that's there to keep your hand from slipping forward. It's, it's a useful feature if you're stabbing people, because, yeah, I see, do you not have one as part of your desk knife collection? I had one. Somebody stole it. I haven't bought another one since. I'm a leather worker, so the other thing I'm noticing right here, when you actually see when you're looking at this handle, that's a stacked leather handle. And so what that means is that handle is made from little wafers of leather slid down the end and then sort of smoothed out. So that's a leather handle. That's a leatherworking project, and I've made those before. Uncle's K-bar is also missing. Uncivil. You're gonna have to more rumors. Yes. Okay. Uncivil is trying to start the rumor that that I'm responsible for Idaho, but I'm a little far away from Idaho. All right, let's bring up the our document here again. All right. So, looking, sheath was later processed. We just described that. The USMC globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. Again, this doesn't mean that he is. This doesn't mean that he's affiliated with the Marines in any way. You can buy one of these like right now, if that page would load, which it's not. All right. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. The one thing I will say that's kind of nice about this particular knife being used is that this is an expensive knife, and it's a nice knife. It's kind of one that it's kind of one that you wouldn't just buy for a one-off, right? This isn't like some gas station special. So they find his DNA on it on the button snap. That's probably, it's probably not that he was bleeding on it or anything like that. It's probably just transfer DNA. So, suspect profile. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. I assume that's not the dungeon master. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. I see somebody saying, is it a legal knife? These would be legal in most places because they're a fixed blade knife. They don't have too much blade length, but not everyone. And I see Moscow, not Moscow. Okay. They never include pronunciations in these things. All right. So, based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I have learned the following. This guy's job was basically, like when you look at his role in things, his job is to be the guy who writes this affidavit. So they're passing all this information on, but I'm guessing that beyond that, he doesn't have much involvement, just to sort of shield him from cross-examination. So, all right. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on, I think it's Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Napers Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. And the reason why they're telling us this is to narrow our timeline. They're alive at 1:45 a.m. approximately. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. And so we don't know why, but I'm guessing that there's some drinking going on. And yeah. And I see somebody saying, this is a good question here. I was reading that they believe this is premeditated. They absolutely do. And we'll get to why they think that. If so, why take the murder weapon and not the sheath? I am guessing he forgot it. He's going to have had adrenaline in overdrive at the time. And I'm going to guess as well that, he's going to be eager to get out of there post murders. He doesn't want to stick around. And so if he pulls the sheath and drops it, he might forget about it. And remember it later when he's in the sort of the oh shit moments afterwards. And he also may well have dropped it and then been like, where's the knife sheath? Look around. You don't see it right away. You sort of dig around a little bit. You're like, where's my knife sheath? And then you probably want to get the heck out of there, right? Because you're sitting there going, do I want to hang out with these dead bodies? or do I not want to not be here when the police get there? Because you don't know if the police have been called. You don't know if what's going on. So, yeah, tries to commit a perfect crime, forgets the sheath at the scene. If this was his attempt to commit the perfect crime, he sucks at it because there's all sorts of things that they find there. And if you are sitting there trying to think of the perfect crime, you're going to realize just how hard it is for that to happen in today's day and age. All right. Gonsalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. Again, getting our timeline. Uncivil is saying we were taking notes in our stream earlier and came up with some good pro tips for better murders. No good tips on murders. All right. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food truck vendor called the Grub Truck. I think this is actually kind of fascinating because they say the Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their webpage. This video was captured by law enforcement. The Grub Truck is a mobile surveillance van, it seems. This is that they're advertising, this is part of their advertising, but I don't like being, if I'm just there trying to get a late night taco or something, and I don't know what kind of food the Grub Truck serves, but you're trying to get like a late night drunk taco. I don't necessarily want to be on Twitch as I'm sitting there going like, I am so wasted and I want a taco. I don't know. I see there's literally cameras everywhere. Yes, and I hate it. But it does help in this circumstance. Hello to any fellow Albertans. Hello, fellow Albertan. All right. So a private party, blank, reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. So we've got more on the timeline. We're narrowing that timeline because now we're down to 1:56. So, all right. I see, dang it, missed the beginning. It'll be there for replay. All right. The number of cameras mentioned throughout this document makes me want to never leave home again. You know how many cameras there are outside nowadays? It's ridiculous. And their footage is fantastic these days. When I started doing criminal law, you'd see like, we have camera footage and it shows nothing because the cameras were so terrible. Nowadays, if you get camera footage, these are like ordinary people have cameras that protect like their shed where there's just, like a few $100s worth of yard tools that you used to only see in like the $1 million setups in casinos. So, all right. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Can you imagine being that DoorDash delivery driver who's sitting there going, yeah, so that place where the multiple murders happened, I just delivered, I delivered food there. That's got to be a creepy feeling. I see somebody saying they got DoorDash at 4 a.m. Yeah, I've gotten DoorDash at 4 a.m. Late night staying up is, sometimes you just want wings at the middle of the night. You can't get a whole lot of stuff at 4 a.m., but you certainly can. And somebody in the chat is being mischievous. I heard the food was to die for. Yeah, okay. So, DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the 3rd floor. So that's interesting. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, There's someone here. How freaking creepy is that? That is creepy AF. And I see that delivery dude is a witness now. He totally is. They're going to call him, like, to establish this timeline. So they're going to call him to see what he said. I see there was a dog. What happened to the dog? I'm told the dog is fine. Dog is okay. Dog's good. So yeah, this is creepy. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. This is also creepy that they're able to sort of identify all of this stuff. And I see somebody saying, why would she not call the police? I mean, when I hear a weird noise outside, I don't call the cops, because if I call the cops will show up in several hours. They might shoot my dogs, and they'll probably be annoyed if they call up and it's just, and it's just some weird random noise, right? Maybe there's a squirrel out there or something. So, see, probably drunk out of her mind, given the facts. Yep, that's another thing. I see it was a party house. So, yep, all sorts of reasons why you might not immediately call the cops. So, DM stated she looked out her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. Creepier, right? When they make a movie about this, they are absolutely going to linger on these details. So, opened her door when she heard what she thought was crying. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." That sounds creepy, but keep in mind, this might not have been that creepy at the time, right? Because this is a party house, and sometimes party houses might have strange visitors when, the drunk occupants come home late at night or get on Tinder or the like. So I don't know. It's creepy in hindsight. The person at the time might not have noticed at this stage that something was terribly wrong, right? So, yeah. And I think that was Ethan saying that, trying to help his stabbed girlfriend. It's going to be interesting to find that out. So I see goat scream. I don't have the goat scream. I don't have a goat. So at approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 11122 King Road, picked up 1112 versus 1122, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. Again, creepy. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. Good dog. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. That is super creepy at this stage. So, DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. Bushy eyebrows is an interesting detail to get here. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Yeah. So somebody asked, and I missed it in the chat earlier, but they asked, you do criminal law. Do you deal with, violent crimes like this one? And I haven't dealt with one that's like this one, because this one is multiple murders, right? This is a big serious thing. Most people are not going to deal with this kind of thing, potentially in their whole careers. But we do deal with lots of violent offenses and, sometimes serious violence. And one of the reactions people have to terrifying, things is to freeze up. Animals will do this too. Sometimes I've been out hunting, and my first time hunting, I took a shot at a deer and I overshot. I shot over the deer, and thankfully I had a great big nice backstop, so there was no danger to that. But the deer didn't move. The deer just sort of went and said and froze. And so that's a reaction that people and animals have to fear, is just to freeze up. And it's a reaction that might have been helpful sort of at one point in our history, because freezing up, lots of animals do it. It can make them very hard to see, but it's not the greatest at dealing with sort of the modern scenario, because the modern scenario of guy with knife, freezing up is kind of the worst thing, right? It makes it super easy for guy with knife. So this is a standard adrenaline reaction, and I don't falter for it at all. I have seen some people online saying basically, screw this person for freezing up. No, it happens. And you can't say you wouldn't do it either, because you don't know until you've been in this situation. So the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Male walked towards the backsliding glass door. DM locked herself in a room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. Now, I don't know what's going on here, because you would have think, having killed multiple people, that he'd be like, hey, one more, right? We'll just round this out, and, but he didn't. So it might be that he didn't actually see her, in which case that freeze response might have been what saved her life. Straight up, that might have been the moment where she saved her own life. So she's going to have some difficult times for quite possibly the rest of her life because of this. And I wish her all the best in terms of recovering, because I can't imagine what this would be like to live through. All right. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BM and DF's phone, and video of a suspect video is described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. That's a really tight time window to see in a murder file, because typically in murder files, you'll see one of two things. You'll either see that the murder file is like, this murder was committed at exactly 3:27 a.m. because we either have it on a security feed, or it happened in a bar with like 60 people watching, and somebody checked their watch. So you'll either see like these really narrow time windows, or typically in a situation like this where they're doing the investigation after the fact, typically you see like this happens sometime between 8 a.m. or like between midnight and 8 a.m. is actually a pretty good time window. So getting it down to that 25 minutes is real narrow. The other thing is, there are 4 people killed here, and there's 4 people killed with a knife. So that is that's fast, because knives are often kind of slow here. All right, we're going to go to some super chats, and then I'm going to sort of raise another question here that that is bothering me at this point. But let's have some look at some super chats here, and then we'll cover the thing that's bothering me right now. So Karen Culpepper, thank you for the membership. Rowena Rains, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Lovely says, hello, Runkle. Good to see you live. It's good to be live. I haven't done a live in a while, and it's good to be live. So Kaylee Lyon, it's absolutely wild to me. This case and Casey Anthony's case are being discussed at the same time. Am I next? Is this the curse of the Gailey? Help. That's not good. I don't like thinking of that. Get yourself one of these. This is I think I'd rather have that than the K bar if it came down to it. All right. Jane Stoddard, thank you for the membership. Julie Sun, thank you very much for the very generous donation there. That's really appreciated. Noted as for your pro bono fund. We have vastly divergent viewpoints on hot topics, but you share and receive them with grace. Respect to you. Well, thank you. And I mean, Hogue, who right now, if you don't know, Rick Hogue is, he had a stroke. He's got a lot of recovery ahead of him, but he's one of my favorite people in part because of his sort of slogan of reasonable minds can differ. And I, after I heard that, I said, that's a great motto to live by. And I've sort of added it to my repertoire of things I think about there. And so, yeah, no, I think it's important to be able to discuss things sort of importantly there, or, reasonably. Rowena Reigns, thank you very much. Except the game Immortality. That one I have strong opinions about. Cell phone cameras, DNA, hard to get away for long. Yeah. When we look at what forensics are like now, there's just so much evidence out there. Joy, smash the like button. Thank you very much. I woke at, or Stacy Walpole, I woke at 3 a.m. with a strange unknown man in my room. I flew out of bed and went after him with a stick, nearest item. He escaped, damn it. I'm just glad you escaped. So, and Jennifer Foley says she just opened the door a little. He walked by the door. Yep, we'll have some thoughts about that. And I see, whoops, got the wrong one there. Oh, legal mindset raid. Hey, folks, that's awesome. I see somebody was saying, prayers for Hogue, and yes, they've been asking for for people to keep them in their prayers because it's tough. And I see Miss Hogue just posted in the YouTube community tab asking for something. After this is over, check it out. I will check that out afterwards. All right. And I see the timeline is actually tighter, more like 10 to 15 minutes. So here's what I'm looking at here, which is she sees this weird guy in a mask in her room or in the apartment, and she locks the door. If I saw a weird guy in my house and I had to lock the door to keep a weird guy in a mask and whatever else, I can tell you, I would not be going to bed. This is not like, oh, good, it's time to have a sleep, right? I would probably be getting, I'd probably be waiting a little bit of time to sort of see if he's going to leave. But then I might go and grab something, sharp or noisy and, try to see what's going on. And I would almost certainly call the police. And it doesn't appear that happened here. And I mean, I see somebody saying I would hide in the closet. Closet's great. I would probably be, grabbing a sharp thing and then using it to get to something noisy. And then once I get to something noisy, then I'm feeling a little bit more confident about my, that. I see somebody saying, am I a drunk 20-year-old female college student? No, I'm not. I'm just saying this is kind of hard to process because we don't really know what's going on here. They don't actually tell us what's happening in her mindset at this point, right? So I'm just wondering why. And that isn't to say that I'm, judging on that, because there might be all sorts of good or bad reasons. And I can't really say that there's necessarily this is a tough thing, right? This is a rough thing. And I'm sure that she is, second guessing herself right now. Right. So, yeah, it's tough. And I see you never know how you'd react till you're in the situation. Yep. Noisy equals boomstick. Yes, that is the kind of noisy I'd be looking for in that situation. Don't break into my house late at night, folks. Just please don't. So yeah, the I see the main question I have is why wait so long to call police, especially if your last experience was standing frozen in fear over a stranger in the home. And that's really it's a question here. I'm not saying like she should have or like whatever else. I don't know what the deal is. I'm wondering if this is a situation like there's all sorts of possibilities here. The police don't necessarily have a great reputation, for so that's one possibility. Sometimes people are involved, and I don't know if she was or wasn't. I'm just sort of saying that this is something that can happen. Sometimes people might have illegal substances, and if you do, you might be a little more reluctant to call the police. I see she almost certainly didn't know that her roommates had been murdered. Absolutely, because I'm pretty sure if she thought that there were multiple murders, she'd have called the cops. I don't know if she just sort of imagined that this was not a big deal, but I see DM called a friend before she called the cops. Yeah, I'm really going to want to see when she gets up on the stand to testify about this, because she's going to be a witness as to like, hey, what was going through your head in these times? I want to see that. I want to see that part of the trial. So that's all. Like, I'm not saying like she's a bad person or anything like that. I'm really not saying that. I'm just saying I want to know, right? This is something I'm curious about. So, and thank you, the Sweet Flowers, for the YouTube membership. I really like your profile picture there. All right. So, during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. So, to explain this a little clearer, this was a bloody footprint, but this was not a bloody footprint that was a really obvious one. This is one that, there was just a little bit of blood on the underside of this guy's shoes. He might have thought, for instance, that he'd wiped his foot off to to clear the blood, but then it was recovered using these forensic techniques, this stain. Again, that is super, super creepy to think of like a bloody footprint out there. I see somebody saying luminol. This is something similar to luminol, but the thing is luminol is great in some circumstances. It's not great in every circumstance. And in some circumstances where you might have, for instance, a light colored carpet, luminol might not be your friend. It might not be your favorite thing, which is why they have other stains that turn other kinds of colors. And I'm guessing amino black. I'm not familiar with that one specifically, but from the name of it, I'm guessing it turns a darker color, and that can help reveal blood, against a lighter background. So that's that's kind of what's going on there. I haven't done like a Google search on amino black or anything like that at this point. All right. Now we get into expensive police work, although this is becoming a lot more common. Sometimes you see this happening on things like burglaries and so forth. And yeah, I used to be a 911 operator and have talked to a lot of people through intruders while the caller was hiding. This is just not the MO when you see a stranger in your house. So I'm curious to why not call. I'm curious too, but I don't know why. Like, I just can't say why. All right. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. So what this means is that they just go like door to door and they go, "Hey, you got cameras?" And not only would they be asking and checking on people to say, "Hey, do you have cameras?" But they'd also look around, right? You look up and you see, like, are there cameras? You look for Ring doorbells. You look for all of that stuff, and you try to determine where there's going to be video. And I see amino black turns trace blood a dark blue, not quite black. Yep, excellent. So that would be much better on a light colored surface than something that that glows. So, all right. So that's what they're doing here is they're looking for cameras, right? And so, and they'll ask for permission for footage, and a lot of people will turn over footage, right? A lot of people will be like, "Oh, right, there's been multiple murders. Here's my video footage." Sometimes they won't, but if you see that they have cameras, you might be able to follow up and get a warrant and pursue that. But they're going to start with, hey, we've had multiple murders. Can we have your video? So this was in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. I don't know what I just did there. We'll just remove that. All right, this video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. Now, I want you to keep in mind, you've got surveillance camera footage, right? And that footage, let's say you've got 50 different tapes, or 50 different recordings. Well, 50 different recordings at that point means you've got however many hours. And in this case, it's a half-hour window, except you're going to pad it out with like 2 hours on each side, right? So that means you got a lot of overtime for people who are sitting there and reviewing all of this to try to figure out what actually, to try to watch this. This is what I mean when you say that you can see that there's a lot of money that goes into this, like a lot of cash involved in this, because that's a lot of overtime hours. All right. So I reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. I guarantee that some low-level officers were basically assigned to go through and cut out all of the parts that show nothing, and then later show us, and then show somebody who's a little higher up the key bits that actually show, something. And they can also do this with some software, because there's software where you can put through that'll like highlight moments where something moves in a video, which is really great for surveillance camera footage, because sometimes like the police, when I'm on a file, they'll give me like, here's 18 hours of video. Your client appears in it once. And you don't want to have to sit and watch 18 hours of video. So you can, put this, put stuff into that software such that it'll show you the moments where something is moving. And then you look at those moments to see if your client is actually, identifiable. First, they never saw him. Then they say he had thick eyebrows. She opened the door 3 times and were expected to believe he didn't know they were there. No way in hell their stories check out. I mean, I don't know, right? We'll have to see what happens. It'll be interesting to see, sort of cross-examination and so forth. I don't think anyone has suggested a connection between her and the killer, but that'd be a hell of a twist. So we'll have to see what all comes out. Right now, from what I understand, Kohberger has been keeping his mouth shut, which is exactly what you want to do if you're accused of this. So, yeah. So a review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1. The other thing I'm going to say is that if they think there's other suspects involved, you're not going to see that in this affidavit. You're going to see them tiptoeing the F around that, because they're not going to want to tip their hand. It is entirely possible that they are looking into additional stuff or additional, possibilities, because they're not going to want to reveal that. So we might end up seeing additional arrests. We might actually end up seeing sort of additional sort of stuff there. I see angry Canadians saying, can't follow what you're saying. Sorry. Ask questions and I can try to answer. All right. How do you leave so much behind? He's a PhD student in criminology. He panicked or what? Murder is hard. Murder is hard. It's really, it's really sort of difficult there. All right. And I say, we don't know that the early media reports were right. They may have reported it wrong. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the affidavit here, right? Because this is what they're saying the evidence is at this stage. All right. So a review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. This is important. And the reason why is because Idaho requires you to have a front license plate. So, all right. I see no PhD teaches how to murder. Correct. Although some might, some might teach some details. But the thing is you've got to remember that there's just so much effort that gets put into these things that it's just difficult there. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Because, people sleep then. So, upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during the time frame. And I see here, the victims had defensive wounds in fighting with the murderer. The cover may have fallen without him realizing it. I mean, we just don't know, what was going on there. But there's all sorts of ways, right? Stress, etc. And I see it's pronounced Latah County, and Washington and Idaho are 6 miles apart. Folks don't change licenses usually. Yep. So, all right. So upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during the time frame. That makes things a lot easier for the cops, right? So this is one of their bigger breaks here as they're able to narrow it down. And I see somebody saying plate will be addressed later about no front plate. Yes, we're getting to that. All right. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued in the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. I mean, it's kind of interesting here that they're like, well, he was trying to park and he sucked at it. I mean, people have been describing this guy as like some master murderer or whatever. He can't even park, guys. So, yeah. Somebody's saying, do you think the unsuccessful parking was due to running into the DoorDash driver? Maybe. A lot of guesses. So, murder is hard. He leaves shoe prints. He leaves the case to a knife with his DNA on it. What a joke. First they say he was a pro, then they say he was a joke. So which is it? I mean, the thing is that when you look at like the old serial killers that racked up this huge body count without being caught, these guys typically left all sorts of evidence. It's just a situation of this evidence being hard to track to a particular person. Nowadays, the guy who, if you had a time machine and you went back to the 1920s, the guy who would have been like the ghost killer nowadays is like the guy you catch 20 minutes later and he's sitting there going, how'd you find me? So, yeah, it's different standards here. So don't forget they'd been out drinking. Yep. And I see, do you want to commit a murder? Do you want to get away? When you commit a murder, you can make your problems go away. Murder fills my heart. Don't ask me why. Do you want to commit a murder? It has to be a murder. Okay, goodbye. I think that's probably to the, do you want to build a snowman? So do you want to commit a murder? I might be wrong on that one. Oh, and hey, we've got Emily in the chat, I think. So welcome. So, all right. Suspect vehicle number 1 is next seen departing the area at Kings Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. That's interesting. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the area that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. So what that means is that they're trying to track this guy down, right? And they don't necessarily have video footage of everybody, but remember how I said that this opens all the doors to the land of money. And so because this opened all the doors to the land of money, they have the time to sit there and look at every other camera and just go, nope, didn't come this way. And then they can start crossing out streets and say, where did this guy likely go? On an ordinary killing, they might not have had the money to do this. This is all the money doors have been opened. So they can spend all of the time on that. And I see the initial information given by Moscow Police Department, e.g. the time of death, 3 to 4, both roommates asleep in the basement, were, in my opinion, intentional to throw them off as they already knew these details were inaccurate. They absolutely can and do lie to the public. And one of the reasons why, there's a couple of reasons. One, they don't necessarily want the killer to know how close they are. And if the killer's thinking, oh, all right, sorry about that. I really hate this mic. Where did I get cut out? And it's just I see people going, hey, so where did I get cut off here? There we go. We're back. All right. So now I've lost my oh, right, lying to the media. So they'll get people who come in and might confess to something, and you've got to identify the difference between whether this person is confessing because they are they're actually the person, or sometimes people just confess to confess. And sometimes people who are confessing genuinely are actually going to say later, listen, I didn't really do it. I was just confessing just, because the police were pressuring me because of whatever else. And so you want to have things there to catch them. And so let's say you've got a guy who comes in and he confesses to the police, right? And later he says, I didn't do it. I didn't. And you go, that's funny. Because what we told the public is that the killing happened between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Your confession said it happened at 4:15 a.m., which no one else knew. We told the public that this was committed with an axe, and you said you stabbed them with a knife. No one in the public knew that. No one knew it was a knife. And I'm just giving this as an example. I think that they did say stabbed. They can say, hey, listen, you had all of these details. We said we thought it was a black car. You said you drove a white car. No one else knew that. That's part of why. And then when that person says, I was just confessing because it was pressure, it's like, how'd you know all that stuff then? If it was just pressure. So I think it's also a valid point to bring up that, look, how many times he was in the area prior to the murder and then never again afterwards. He's a criminology student. And so one of the things that they cover in criminology is actually this philosophy of, so people tend to kill kind of near their home or near their work. That's where people tend to, commit, various kinds of crimes. And so this guy might have known that and might have actually driven out a distance away from those places in order, because of that education. So that's a possibility. I see Professor of Logic is saying, just cuz, Runkle, thank you very much. And also, if they don't give a PhD in murder, I got scammed on the net again. Yes. Also, those pills you bought, probably not a great idea. So, and I see, I'm happy to listen to Runkle's take while I finish up work I haven't gotten to yet. Love having a stream on at the same time. Absolutely. And I've done the same. To sit there doing leather work or something and listening to EDB. Although I also tend to want to jump into the chat. So that tends to disrupt me there. So we heard the girls talked about a stalker. Boy, they were in more danger than thought. So sad. I mean, stalkers are dangerous. Let's not kid ourselves on that one. But also the thing is that most stalkers aren't these kinds of people. And I see, can this affidavit be used in favor of the murderer if details were knowingly incorrect to throw off the public? No details in this affidavit will be knowingly incorrect because this is a sworn document, and you don't do that. So that they're not gonna pull that one. All right. So they likely believe that it exited at Palouse and Conestoga. Palouse River Drive is at the southern end of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the roads lead to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Because when you're college students, you go drinking at, other people's houses and so forth. So, all right. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the FBI. Yep, now we're getting into the big leagues here. That regularly used surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner is approximately 35 years of law enforcement expertise with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. If you are a super big car guy, like if you're super into cars, there's a job for that. This guy, right? Like the person who can just identify everything. I see, wait, Emily isn't a member of Ian's channel. Dang. I mean, she doesn't have to be. And I would give her a membership if I knew how. So don't freak out about that, folks. It's really not a thing there. I'm going to drink at Runkle's house. Yes, come on down. Just, give me a warning first. Don't just let yourself in there. Because, yeah. All right. So, just, and I see Pullman is home of Wazoo, locally pronounced Wazoo. And yes, you find yourself in Idaho before you even realize you missed a turn. The U.S. is weird like that because there's so many places where it's like, well, I took a wrong turn and I've ended up, in a different state. I don't tend to do that so much in Canada because our borders tend to be sort of spaced out a little bit more. Although there's also some places where that could happen. All right. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. And in the age of databases now, they can pull a list of names for that. So that's fun. This is, really interesting where you, sort of this guy's sort of skill in terms of identifying features, because I'm sure he was sitting there going, okay, this tells us that it's, this because they changed the shape of this particular line on this car in 2016. So it has to be before 2016. But this other feature, that's how they sort of narrow this down. All right. So investigators were given video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street. North on Southeast. I hate I hate street names with a Southeast, Northeast, etc. Sorry, Calgary folks. At Northeast Stadium Way. So this is where they see him leaving the campus, basically. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270, which connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. So now they've got so many video things they can track this car around. So forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. So I guess they got a better view and now narrowed it down. See, Kestrel 42 is saying you would hate Portland, Oregon. We're all northeast, southeast down here. I got to visit Portland, though, because I know some people there. So, yeah. And I see Whitney is saying, I can do that with classic Mustangs. In 67, they altered the body type to make it longer. And other years where the distinctive body changes happen helped narrow that down. Yep. I'm guessing this guy is just super into cars. And, possibly even if he's not super into cars, he's going to be the person who, for work, gets a picture of every new car and goes through it in detail to, take notes. So Sandra D, I can't sleep. It's over 4 a.m. and I picked a heavy topic for a bedtime story. Since I've never sent super chats until today, here's one for you, just because I like it. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you get some sleep here, and I hope pleasant dreams, not dreams of this. So, Portland is great foodie tour. I gotta make that happen. All right. I see, for real, are the lawyers removing members? Why do I keep having to subscribe? That is not me. I don't have any power to kick you out of a membership. Go and check. YouTube does this sometimes. So it's not me, it's YouTube. Make sure you check your subscriptions and make sure you resubscribe if you want to, and if they've unsubscribed you, because it happens. All right. So they see this and they note, traveling at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman and so forth. And so there's all of these little details about where they see cameras. I'm going to skip over that a little bit, but here is a depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. This looks to me like it's a Google map or, something similar. This depiction showing the white Elantra's path of travel, not to scale. I don't think it was a box. That seems odd. So we see an arrow, white Elantra seen leaving. Okay, that's right there that we see it. Leaving the WSU campus and then seen returning. And this is the address. Okay, so this is sort of, we're not seeing a whole lot here, just these 2 points. And it looks like there's another point there, although this map is terrible. Hey, Niklas, just woke up, having you in my ear while doing the rounds at the farm. Good to have you. All right. So on November 25th, 2022, they asked local area law enforcement to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. So because they know it's a white Elantra, they're probably driving around just checking every white Elantra. And, somebody at some point is going to be is just going to be at the university. So as a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. Do not go there either, because I can guarantee you if you go there, there's going to be cops, and they will not be impressed. So don't go there. All right. So they say it's approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, the last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. So you can see he's just at the end of the trail of breadcrumbs, right? So this is all starting to work out real nicely. Now, I'm just going to say here, this affidavit is not going to include every false step that they made, because there might have been moments where they're like, hey, we totally think it's this blue Honda Civic. And then they might have tracked this blue Honda Civic for a while and then later determined, you know what, it's not this guy. Like, we've excluded this person. So they're not going to put that in this. So these affidavits are basically going to make it look like the police are sort of wonders. And it's because they're putting in all this work, right? I actually like hearing about all the details that are where they went on wrong paths, because that shows you just how much work they're putting into the investigation. And you could probably hear the pups downstairs playing. That's Potter playing with Zora, and they're having a great old time, but they're being noisy. Why did the license plate not get picked up on all the camera footage? I'm guessing because lots of the camera footage was expecting a forward-facing license plate, and they didn't have them. So that might have been sort of something there. All right, so that same day they were looking for white Hyundai Elantras, and they located it at the same address in Pullman in the parking lot. And it's an apartment complex that houses WSU students. So I'm guessing that's a dorm. Officer Whitman also ran the car, and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington state driver's license information and photograph. Because, when you get your driver's license now and you get your picture taken, well, now you've provided that basically as a database to the cops. So we're getting more and more surveillance-y over time. And yeah. I see, can we demand the Zoom pet tax during a YouTube live stream? The dogs are downstairs and they're having fun, so I can't necessarily bring them up here. But if Zora knocks at the door, I'll try to bring her in. So this license indicates that he's a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. And additionally, the photograph shows that he has bushy eyebrows. I love that detail, the bushy eyebrows. So Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Of course, keep in mind that description is that applies to lots of people. Lots of people are 5'10" or taller and have bushy eyebrows. So, yeah. See, I live in PA. We don't have front plates. Yeah, they've mentioned that. So no front plates there. And I see the police kept this so hush-hush. And yeah, people were demanding information. They were going, we need all this information. We need all this stuff. And the police are like, we can't tell you anything right now, because they were doing their job. And they didn't want to tip anything off or taint their investigation as they were going. So good on them. Further investigation, including a review of Leda County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cams and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, because now they're investigating this guy, right? Now they've got a name. And once they've got a name, they're going to see everything they've got on this guy, right? So they go and say, oh, when did we ever, deal with this guy? Do we have body camera footage of this guy? So they were detained as part of a traffic stop. And this was in August 21st, 2022. So in the summer. At the time, he was the sole occupant, was driving the same vehicle. And during the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body cam, he provided his phone number as, and they censor it. And that's probably a good thing, because I'm guessing that phone right now is in the company, or is in the possession of the police, and they don't want everyone on the internet phoning it. But so blank, but it's 8458. So they've given us the last 4 digits. And if you figure out the number for this, please don't prank call the police evidence. That is a really great way to find yourself getting raided by the cops. All right. So investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone number is a number issued by AT&T. I love when brand names come into these things, because I'm guessing this is not the kind of product placement that brands like. Hey, AT&T, we provided the cell phone to a person who murdered several people. No, they're like, no, that's not going to the marketing team. So AT&T probably doesn't want this broadcast in a big way. So, but I've just said AT&T about 6 times. So yeah, there's no indication that AT&T had any meaningful knowledge. They provide cell phone coverage to all sorts of random people, but yeah. So on October 14th, 2022, he was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. So lots and lots of, everything that they can, they're pulling here. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, he was the sole occupant and driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate. And they give us the plate again. So more details on his registration. But prior to this, it was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. So that's useful. All right. I see you don't need a criminal check to have a cell phone number. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, criminals have cell phones all the time. So, yep. All right. I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to a database, because again, now at this point, they are investigating him. They are interested, and they're querying everything. Like, I'm sure that they basically sent a message to every police force that, has a car and said, hey, have you ever dealt with these guys? So, surveillance on December 16th, surveillance video showed his Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of this vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. He has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and a locate tool database query. At this point, somebody, probably several somebodies, have been tasked with basically, here is a guy, find out every single thing you can about him. Every single detail that exists about this person, we want it in a folder, categorized on our desk, because he going down. So, and this is basically, you can see that they're really doing a lot here to try to tie the car to the person. And that's important, because they're trying to establish that this is our guy, and not just that this is some guy who accidentally got caught up in our investigation. And part of why you want to do that is to show that he's the guy who usually drives the car. Because, for example, for many years, if you had pulled my license plate, you might have gotten, when I was a teenager, you might have gotten my mom's information, because they don't really like giving insurance to kids. So, yeah, I mean, I would have been on as a secondary driver, but I probably wouldn't have been the primary insurance holder. And, similarly, there's lots of people, you might have your car registered. Lots of lawyers have their car registered to their law firm, which then makes it a little more difficult for somebody to pull the plates and figure out where they where they actually, live. Because, your clients might not be the nicest people sometimes. So then it's just like, oh, I check my lawyer's license plate and it tells me his car is registered to the firm at a particular address. So they want to actually establish this car is him and not just, some accident of registration. So, and I see M. Cockcraft. I hope I'm not mispronouncing. You know what? I might be being trolled, or it might be a great name. I just can't say. Fascinating discussion, but it's after 3:00 GMT. Runkle just wanted to tell you your leather work is ace. You might enjoy doing Celtic knotwork on leather gauntlets as a CHSL or change. I don't know, but awesome. I see 987 likes. Go chat, go. Yes, hit the like button. You see, register cars to a PO box, never to a physical address. That depends on your local laws. Some of them won't allow you. And I see my confidential plates were a nice bonus of being a DA. Yep. I can tell you that there are some plates that if you run them, not only will it not come up with any information, but it might also trigger some people in the sense of like flagging something to start an investigation as to why you ran these plates. Some of the people so if you work doing, in this case as a DA, it might have been that the plates come up as just, these are plates, they're valid, and that's all you get to know. And so that can have the police officer going, what? I know here in Canada, there are some people who have plates that will generate false information. And that's because they're involved in scary stuff for the government. The other thing that comes up sometimes is you might, like some of those plates, if you run them, will set off a flag and will alert other people who you don't want, knowing what's going on. There's also false plates in the databases, such that if you just run random things and sort of browse through, and some of those are just there as pure trap entries. So if you run those, it basically starts an investigation because why are you running a plate that doesn't exist? So that is good to know. All right. So based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Because again, they're investigating this guy. They are, they're interested in him. And so they're going to have Googled him. This is information you can find with a Google search. And so, because most PhD students are going to be listed on the webpage as part of the PhD program, there's just not that many of them. And so, yeah, he's a PhD student. They would have found that. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for the Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education, including undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. Interview panel for the Pullman Police Department. This master criminal interviewed with the cops. So I'm guessing they're pretty thrilled that this master criminal did not get the police job. So, yeah. All right. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. So they've got his essay. Lovely. All right. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. I don't think they're going to be calling you. I'm just going to say now, I just don't think that's going to happen. So, yeah. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which could be found by an open source internet search. They Googled him. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. Now, lots of people might have been interested in all of this stuff, but it looks real bad after the fact, right? And I'm sure there's lots of criminology students right now who are going, oh man, everything I do is creepy, isn't it? So I can't say that, this is necessarily creepy, but it looks like, it looks super creepy now in, sort of retrospectively. And EDB saying, well, he's helping them with cell phone data. Lots of experience now. Yeah, I mean, they're going to teach his case to other, as part of people investigating how to do this kind of stuff. Oh, could one of the victims have gotten the job that he wanted? I don't think there's any indication of that, but yeah, it's good stuff. And I see time for a panel stream from y'all. Lawyer has also been fantastic on this. Lawyer is great. I love his stuff. And other topics lately. Keep hopping on a few of these streams. I love his work. I was just thinking that this is fantastic. How he didn't think to wipe this is surprising. A joke just came to mind, and it's a bad joke. But yes, his wiping habits were poor and are going to come back to haunt him. So yeah. See, writers also have interesting research. Absolutely. See, the car is key. King Road and Queen Road are dead-end cul-de-sacs. No other plausible reason for it to be there at that time or as often. He was obsessed. That is good to know. I didn't realize that they were cul-de-sacs, because that is fascinating. So, all right. Wouldn't it be wild if he didn't do any of it and then he shows up a few months later with another job search? That would be awkward. You know what? If he is acquitted and is later cleared and it turns out it was somebody else, at that point, they're going to have a real tough time. Like, I would not apply at this particular police force, because even if he's cleared, there's going to be lots of people who don't think that he was innocent. So yeah, apply somewhere else. So as part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Now, I hate these warrants. And the reason why is because they're not going to just pick up him. They're going to pick up everybody. So this ends up mining the search history of a whole lot, like mining the history of a whole lot of people. That said, this is not the case to really raise a fuss about it. But I mean, if you just happen to be in that neighborhood, you might not feel super thrilled about being picked up in this. Especially if you happen to be in that area because maybe you're doing something you don't want to, people to know. Maybe you were sneaking out on your wife and you're not super happy with that being, in those details. So yeah. So after determining that he was associated to both the 2015 White Elantra and the 8458 phones, they reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. So his phone wasn't on in that area in that time. Now, keep in mind that, like, they got all of the phones, right? This is what that's making clear. It's making clear they got all of the phones. And then they went through the all of the phones thing with the specific information later. But if instead they'd held off and gotten and found out that he was the 8458 phone, then they could have just done a query and said, we want to know where this phone has been. And that warrant I've got much less issue with, right? Because now that's a specific phone that they have a specific thing. And I see something that I'm going to call out here. It's called "Don't Do Anything Wrong and You Don't Have to Worry." No, this is terrible. This is the argument of you don't need free speech if you don't have anything to say that's not going to upset anybody. You absolutely, people get accused of crimes because the police got information and drew bad conclusions, and people have spent ages in jail over that. And the other thing is we should have privacy, right? We should have the ability to, to do things without it being open to the state at any particular time. All right. So they're going to carry on, and this is where they're going to start telling us hints about how to murder things. And okay. So based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. So basically, if you happen to be a savvy person, like say a criminology student who was focusing on cell phone forensics, you might know enough to turn off your phone before you commit the murders. And so they're saying maybe he did this because, you know, we're looking at a guy who's committing multiple murders, but also seems to be going for a PhD in criminology. Let's do some more digging, right? We're not done here. So this is done by subjects in order to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. Yep. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off, since they don't plan to commit the offense on that particular day. So they're saying maybe we can't get you on the day of the crime. Pretty sure we can get you on the day that you were scoping out the area for the crime. Whoops. So now they've just told the public that, and maybe the next savvy criminology student will be a little more aware of that. So on December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2022 at 12 a.m. And so that'll be the beginning, and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. So on December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Kohberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Remember, that's where his parents are? And the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. These records also included historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. So your cell phone is a tracking device, and now they're getting all of the tracking information. I see. Please take your phone with you so police can catch you before you kill someone else. Yes, if you are going to kill somebody, you should bring your cell phone, and you should also leave your wallet behind. That's also a great trick. Lots of killers have done that, and it always works out excellent for them. So, yeah. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I'm guessing that was partially chosen to get the acronym of CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical cell site location information and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to being certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. So these guys are good at their job is basically what he's putting in here. And, you know, you should believe the things that they have concluded. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with, special officer, I think, or special agent, has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. On a case like this, they're not going to be going and saying, hey, who's the new guy? We want the new guy. They're going to be going, who's got the most experience here, because we need a really impressive affidavit later. So, yeah. All right. I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th, 2022 to November 13th for the time period authorized by the court. And so at 242, it was at 1630 Northeast Valley Road. Now notice, utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to this address. Now, lots of people are going to say, okay, we know he's at that address. But here's the thing. These cell phone records, like these cell towers, cover several blocks. You can't necessarily know that it's at his house. You can say that's the likely conclusion, but you can't narrow it down, right? So, for instance, from where I am, you could equally say from the cell phone records that I'm like 3 blocks away. So, yeah, I see here. Remember to always take a selfie at your crime scene and post it to social media. Yes, and then write a song about the killing that specifically includes details that no one else would know. So, yeah. All right. So at 247, utilized cell phone records consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. I don't like how vague this is because which cell towers and which areas do they cover? They're saying it's consistent with, but this doesn't establish the route that they're talking about necessarily. 247 stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with the phone being in an area without cellular coverage. The connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. Does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it is at a particular area. So State Highway 95 south of Moscow. Between 450 and 526, utilizes cell phone records consistent with another particular area. At approximately 5:30 a.m., it's utilizing a particular area, and traveling back towards the Kohberger residence, and consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive. And so, based on all of this, they say, hey, this is consistent with what's going on here. Further review indicated that it used, so leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m., and they give you some more sort of details. I'm not going to go through all of that, but they go, below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken based off cellular site locations. This is not the definite route. This is a possible route, and keep in mind that he could have varied off of these things. This is their guess. You see, the maps included in this affidavit were made with Microsoft Paint. I think that they're just really low resolution. Like, this is probably Google Maps or something, but it's awful. So I see. Remember, this is probable cause, not evidence. They still have to prove all of this in court and stand up to the defense experts. Yep, absolutely. This is just what we have as the allegations right at this point. So you can see here this sort of circuitous route and little gaps in it. Okay. All right. So did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022, but investigators do not believe it was in Moscow on that date. And sometimes sometimes your phone can connect to a cell tower that might be miles away from where you are. It's just sort of an interesting aspect there. Location might have been triangulated if within range of multiple towers. Yep, but even the triangulation gets you only to a certain area. So I see this is the T for sure. We've been waiting for it, but it's not evidence yet. It's not evidence yet. It is just this is just sort of, we're able to dig through this. Could the Elantra have GPS also? It certainly could. And they might have some additional details there. And yep. And thought Runkle said the dog was okay. That's what I heard. So yeah. All right. So based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the vehicle. Now, I mean, likely, I think is fair. Certain, this isn't getting you to certain yet, but we're getting a lot of corresponding details. All of this is circumstantial, right? But the circumstantial details are really narrowing things down here quite a bit. So, all right. Additionally, the route of travel and the lack of the phone reporting between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. Yep. They're basically saying, hey, this suggests that he turned off his phone in order to, to commit the murders so that he wouldn't be seen there. On December 23rd, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical cell site location information for a much larger window, right? So they use this narrow time frame to get evidence that then they can take back to a judge and say, hey, listen, this is almost certainly our guy, right? This looks real good for this guy being our guy. And we want to know more about him. So they're granted this much larger thing, and also a pen register and trap and trace in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders, and the location of the white Elantra, as well as the location of Kohberger. So this is basically, we're entering into end game here, right? And I see people saying he went back to the scene. I mean, he might have gone back going, hey, I forgot my knife sheath. And then decided, so yeah. Who takes a bus or a cab to a crime scene then? Not a lot of people, because you don't really want to be having to bus home when you're soaked in blood. That's really that's a private transportation kind of move. All right. So they get the records. They're able to determine estimated locations. And records for the 8458 phone show it utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of the respective days. Creepy, right? So this is a guy who is specifically watching this place on 12 occasions is what they're saying. So freaky is what we're looking at here. That's got to be creepy. So hopefully the police will take reports of stalking a little more seriously, because I know lots of, especially women, who've reported stalkers and not gotten a lot of help from the police. I'm hoping that this gets them to sort of go, you know what, maybe this guy is our next multiple murderer and maybe we should get off our butt about it. So I see, was Kohberger's significant other within that neighborhood? I mean, that would be an interesting defense there, to say, hey, listen, sure, I was in the area, but I was there for booty calls, right? And I mean, that might be an excellent defense later, if he can come and say, hey, I was there for booty calls all this time, and hey, you know what? Those, on the night of the murder, I was actually having a booty call. That would be fantastic. But I don't think that's the case. But yeah, I hope you're thinking of looking at the recent prisoner escape and home invasion murder in BC. Pretty big story from Vancouver Island. I am. There's just a lot of stories going on right now. So, all right. On these occasions, or one of these occasions, he utilized cell phone residence resources providing coverage to the King Road residence from 10:34 p.m. to 11:35. At approximately 11:37 p.m., he was stopped by the police. So Corporal Duke is probably feeling real bad right now. But I'm going to guess that there was absolutely nothing that Corporal Duke could have been doing, could have done at that point. Because unless the guy's got, a murder kit ready to go or something, or, tells the officer, hey, what are you doing in this neighborhood? Well, I'm getting ready for a murder. Oh, well, off you go. Unless that was the conversation. Yeah. Canadian booty call is NHL and chill. No, because we actually have a story about, about people watching hockey rather than, or we have songs about all of that, as opposed to, people might watch the hockey instead of actually, instead of getting down. All right. So further analysis showed that they used cell resources, again, consistent with it traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho. 1236, he utilizes cell resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkson, Washington. So then they get surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef store, which is adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, which show him drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data. Now, they say he drives past. Does he ever actually stop at Kate's Cup of Joe? Because if not, they just did this small business dirty, like real dirty. If they, if there's no indication that he stopped there, guys, there is no indication that Kate's Cup of Joe was in any way involved in this. And so, if you happen to live in the area, maybe stop by and get a coffee, because these guys sound like just a decent small business. And yeah, I feel like this is I feel like this is a nasty thing to do to a small business, to be like, we're just gonna name drop them as a place he drove past. Ugh. So then there's details about an Albertsons grocery store, which shows him exit the white Elantra, and then walk through the store, purchase unknown items from the checkout. How are these unknown items? They were digging through this guy. Why don't they know these items? I think that they should have, tracked that down. I suspect they're unknown because they just didn't care. But here's his possible route of travel. So consistent with the phone being, and so this is them basically saying, that it was immediately, that it was in the area, immediately following, but that they stopped providing or stopped reporting to the network from a particular time. I think that's a bit of a reach, but okay, even if you strike this paragraph, we've got enough there. How would I handle this if this is my case? I'd be trying my best to try to keep this guy from getting executed so far. But right now, you're going to dig through everything. I mean, I would start and say, hey, is there something to put him in the area there that isn't murders? Because this case starts looking a lot better if he's got something that puts him in the area that isn't murders. Like, again, if he's going there for hookups, if he's got a regular Tinder hookup that's at that place, then that would be the place. So, or that would be very helpful to him. On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Now you might be saying, wait a minute, why did they go and locate the trash? Well, in a lot of places, Canada included, your trash has no privacy. Like, there's no privacy interests in your trash. So the police can just go and take it. Now, keep in mind all of the stuff you throw in the garbage, right? And the stuff you throw in the garbage, a lot of that contains very personal information. Like, if you just had that Tinder hookup that we just were talking about, you might throw a used condom in there. That's real personal, right? That's you might start throwing stuff out, like, women at a particular time of the month might throw out, various products that indicate that time of the month. And that might be real personal. You might throw out birth control wrappers. You might throw out drug paraphernalia. You might throw out all sorts of other stuff. So police can typically get your trash, and they do that. And when they want your DNA, they're going to go to efforts. In Canada, we have seen there was an instance of a guy who, and I see Diabetic Lancet, COVID tests. I mean, all sorts of personal medical information can be in your trash. So, yeah. But in Canada, they've done things like followed a guy for weeks until he discarded a used can of pop. and then they could go and pick that up, swab it for his DNA, and then say, yep, now we're matching it to those crimes. So, yeah. I see. Just think about it. By throwing it in the garbage, you're almost certainly legally abandoning your ownership to that item. Yes, but people tend to think it's a little more popular or a little more private than that. So, yeah. Yes, I know. I'm just trying to make sure I don't anger the YouTube algorithm, because the YouTube algorithm can be finicky and can sometimes like punish you for saying random things. So, yeah, I can't believe how few people don't have a paper shredder. This is a good idea, because you know who else might dig through your garbage? Not necessarily the police, because most people don't have a great reason to be investigated by the police, but meth addicts. And they might go through and look through your details through your stuff, in order to find out, say, a credit card application that you threw away. And then they can be like, hey, you know what? I will fill out this credit card application for you. And then they've got your credit card, like a credit card in your name. And you better believe they're going to go spending. So shredders are a good idea. Yeah, it's all sorts of possibilities there. All right. So so they got evidence, and they reported the DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. So when they were mentioning that they used familial DNA, a lot of people were hypothesizing that this might be something like, the one of these, ancestry.com or one of those things. That's not what happened here. Instead, they just said, we know who this guy's dad is. Let's go run his DNA, and we can determine that it might be his dad. Now, here's the fun thing. A surprising number of people are the result of infidelity and don't know it. That's actually, like, when you look at the numbers, it's surprising how high it is. So this could have been an interesting dead end to the investigation if it turned out that was an issue there. And I see Karen Chrysler, are you serious not noting me here? I'm your top donor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss anything. Just the chat blows by, so I can't always get things here. But there we go. Thank you, Karen Chrysler, and thank you again. I'm not trying to upset anybody here. I'm just sometimes I got to. Sometimes I'm on a roll, and I'm just going to keep going, and then we'll sort of pass through, come back to it. So. Yeah, my source said only that they archived it to a sample from an immediate family member. Yep. And so this is them stalking his dad. If I was the dad, I'd be feeling pretty upset there. All right. So, all right. Based on the above information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Brian C. Kohberger for burglary at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Zana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. I feel like they're burying the lead on this one when they say, oh, right, for burglary and then 4 murders. I might have put the murders first. I kind of feel like the murders are the more important thing. Just kind of saying. So if you aren't in an area where you could burn your personal stuff, shred it up or rip it up, and put it in a bucket with water, let the water evaporate off, and then chuck it. Yep. So, yeah. All right. So, let's look at his court appearance here, and I'm gonna sort of try to bring that up here. Now, I've got mine edited down a bit, and the reason why is because while the court feed is sort of an open feed, certain people who put their feeds up online like to then stamp it with stuff that then they can try to claim copyright stuff on. And I don't want them to do that, so I cut all that out. So if the feed has a weird shape, it's because I've cut out various stuff for that reason. Scandinavia stats, 5 to 7% of kids have a different father than they think they have. Yep. So do you really think they targeted the father's DNA, or more likely that is just what they had access to in that trash? I think they would have preferred his. He was at that house long enough. I think they targeted the dad's DNA, and the reason why is because the dad has a house. That's going to be the big thing here is the dad has a house, and the dad's house, will have singular garbage cans, right? But he, Kohberger, we know that he's at a university apartment building, which is probably a dorm. And so what do dorms have? Dorms have collective garbage. You tend to throw your garbage into a chute and it ends up in a big pool. Or, if you're at a crappier dorm that doesn't have chutes, you might have to carry your garbage outside and then you throw it into a bin with everybody else's garbage, which makes it really hard to investigate that. So that's, I think, why they went for his dad. And I see that he was at that house at that time. I still think that they would have, they might have said, hey, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get a direct 1-to-1 match. But I still think that they're not, I still think that they would have not tried to get his garbage from his apartment building because that's super hard. And I see they trailed him for like 3 days in Pennsylvania. He threw something away. Yep, they do that all the time. So, or you could say what EDB says. Sometimes law and crime misunderstands copyright and fair use. You don't own this, and it's commentary. That is correct. They don't own this, and they should not. They should not, do anything along those lines because that would be legally wrong. But let's bring up the video here. All right.
You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial needs. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
I'm just noting Lenovo is also not a sponsor of this channel, even though the judge's screen has Lenovo listed on it.
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint.
Now, chat, do we agree that his eyebrows are bushy? Are those bushy eyebrows? I feel like mine are bushier. That's terrifying. Uncivil? No. Uncivil, stop. And I see Law and Lumber making play buttons and listing from the shop. You have 3 options: raw wood, emerald tint, blue tint, gray tint. You must choose one. Can you send me images? Because I would probably say blue if I gotta say without images. But so blue is kind of where I lean on that. But if images are good, and I see other people are voting emerald. I see people saying, yes, bushy. Yeah, I think it's fair to say those are bushy eyebrows. We've got, we'll just review some super chats here quickly. Please, so that's all the duct tape, pair of gloves, mask, boot covers, bodysuit, zip ties, blue tarp, and lime for me. I know what this looks like. There's certain points where it's like, certain things maybe you shouldn't buy all at once, even if you need them for something. Kelsey June, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated. Here's towards your victory outfit for when you win for supporting our Second Amendment rights all the way from Canada. You got my vote. I think that would just be so funny. I so hope for it because that would be hilarious. I'm not going to win, but it would be hilarious. Location might have been triangulated if within range of multiple towers. High from Calgary to Edmonton Northwest, i.e. the entire city. Yep. So the triangulation is basically just that, if they have more than one tower, they can try to estimate distance from each one, which can get you a specific point. Somebody, it's not a 70s bush, but it's there. All right. So, yeah. I see he said last night in Trials of the Century, dark blue is his favorite color. Yep. That is accurate. All right. I believe we've all seen or read True Crime. It gives details on things. Can that be twisted around to help lay blame to a crime? Potentially. Certainly, it wouldn't be the first time that prosecutors have tried to say, hey, your interest in some particular kind of material indicates that you are a criminal. So Needs a bikini. It sounds like he could use some G-Wax. Bold, a new high series, listening to you. Thank you. Well, that is awesome. The car is key. King Road and Queens Road are dead-end cul-de-sacs. No other plausible reason for it to be there at that time or as often. He was obsessed. Yep, it sounds like he was planning some stuff. And Dragon Star, thank you very much. All right, so that, yeah, I see certainly thick eyebrows. So, yeah, the eyebrows are kind of interesting because now they're evidence there. So, all right.
With you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder, in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
So, folks, he is not getting a fine on this one. I'm just going to say, when they're listing the list, the range of available fines, they're not fining him. There is just no way that's happening. So that one's not likely. And I am going to quickly do something here. So yeah, fine is just not happening. The burglary is not the most important charge on this one by any stretch, but provides intent for murder in Idaho. So yep, they absolutely want to tack that on to show, hey, you're killing in the course of a burglary, so therefore murder. I'm not a big fan of that as a legal principle. I think they can establish the murder without it, but there's certainly no reason why they wouldn't want to use it. Is he likely to have a psych eval done? I suspect if he's going to have a psych eval done, it'll be as an effort to try to avoid being killed. That would be my guess on that one, because he's not going to want to get the death penalty. Or maybe he will. I mean, quite frankly, if I was in his situation, I might be saying, hey, you know what? I'd rather have an exit on this one rather than stay in jail for life. But yeah. All right, let's carry on.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So now we're getting into the bigger things there. So, now we're getting into murder, and you're probably wondering, why does this sound so ridiculous? Like, this sounds like this sounds absolutely, when they're like, did cause the death, or did commit murder by causing the death of, so-and-so, a human being. And that's because these are elements of the crime, right? There's a different penalty for killing a human being than there is for killing, an animal. That probably is fairly obvious. There's no really, so this is just legalese. It's just annoying, but that's how they go. So, all right. Now, I think the woman next to him is going to be his lawyer, but we'll have to see on that one. I see it's can talk, court talk. It has to be there. Yep, absolutely. All right. Carrying on.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4.
I'm just going to say this guy is kind of a cool cucumber, given this. I have seen people a lot more freaked out over like shoplifting charges. So see somebody saying, is anybody going to mention that he needs to shave his neck? I mean, he should be worried about his neck, but maybe not in the shaving aspect. I mean, lots of people are going to be reading into this going, hey, this guy is a psychopath and so forth. I don't know. It may just be that he's tired. I mean, that happens to a lot of people. It may be that he's just, it may be that he knows that this is a bad time to freak out. There's cameras on him and his tremendous nose. He's got I just keep noticing that his nose is quite large. And it's kind of funny when he's got the large nose and the bushy eyebrows. He kind of reminds me of like those Groucho Marx, glasses that they, give to kids and so forth. So yeah, I see somebody saying he's vegan. He's got to be the worst vegan out there, because like veganism, the whole thing about, hey, you don't want to cause harm to, maybe not murders. I'm just feeling like the vegan ethos should include not murders. Is it bigger than Rakita's? Nick and him have to have a nose off. So yeah, I see premeditated is what we're looking at here. Yep, absolutely. And based on what they're sort of establishing here, I think that they've got a pretty good argument for premeditation. If they can show that he went there on repeated occasions in order to surveil the place. I mean, his argument would be, hey, maybe I just went there to break in, or maybe I was there for other reasons or whatever else. It's hard to say. I see somebody saying his posture indicates resignation. He might already say that he's just there to, he might already sort of know where he's going. Like he might have already just decided that he's going to, what the result is going to be. He may not care. I see somebody's asking, doesn't the burglary charge negate the premeditated charges? He could say he wanted to steal drugs and didn't know they were home. He certainly could. And that might be his defense. He might say, listen, I went there to rob them and things got difficult and I just got stabby. That could be his argument. We don't know. It'll be interesting. So we'll have to see. But yeah, some people are saying he thinks I think he's a sociopath. Somebody's saying he thinks he's outsmarting everyone. I mean, if he's read this affidavit, he should probably not be feeling like he's outsmarting everyone. He might have started thinking that he was outsmarting people, but he really wasn't. I see technically not truly vegan, USMC leather sheath, and anything leather negates his vegan status down to not vegan. Yeah, I mean, he's supposedly vegan and he's got he's got this stacked leather sheath knife. That seems strange to me. This is probably why he lost his vegan powers and wasn't able to like blast or fly his way out of the prison. So bad timing on losing his vegan powers. See, he was a vegan for health reasons. It may have replaced heroin. He was a vegan Nazi from all accounts. Well, that's terrifying. All right. And I note here, this is an important distinction. Burglary in Idaho and in lots of places is a charge for entering a building with the intent to commit a crime. It is not necessarily related to theft. So yes, if you're breaking in order to murder people, that's a burglary. If you're breaking in order to steal their drugs, that, or, you know, their money, that's also a burglary. If you're breaking in because it's your ex's house and you want to, you know, do a number 2 on their bed, that would also be a burglary, because then you're committing a crime by doing the number 2. So burglary can cover a whole lot of things. So yeah. All right, let's continue here.
Alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
This is kind of hard on people where they actually make the accused talk, because often the accused would rather stay quiet. And this, I think, is a really good question that we have here. Breaking in, it was open, no? And in a lot of places, not everywhere, but breaking in is often really low. And like the standard for what breaking in means. And people get surprised by this, because I end up dealing with sort of, you know, various people here in Canada who are like, what do you mean I was charged with breaking and entering? It was unlocked. And breaking and entering can include pushing open a door. Like a door that was unlocked can be breaking and entering. And in some places, breaking and entering can include walking through an open door without even touching anything. Breaking and entering can be all sorts of things. And it may, so I don't know Idaho's specific requirements on that, but typically, even like in Canada, breaking and entering, if you so much as touch the door to open it a little bit further to allow your entry, that's breaking and entering. So people get surprised by that, because they're like, why am I being charged with breaking and entering? It was unlocked. The door was open. It's like, because you pushed the door. So, and I see somebody saying in Idaho, I think he just had to enter without permission for burglary. Yeah, I'll have to check that one. So yeah, most of rural Canada still leaves their doors unlocked. Yeah, it's not the greatest practice. So I see Gerald Armstrong, kill and murder. Yes, not every killing of people is illegal. There's all sorts of people who have been killed legally, but lots of killings are murder. So, and Emily D. Baker, the video should show, and they'd be able to pull a register receipt if they really wanted to. Yep. So, see, you don't want to be found in a house in Washington State. Pew, pew. You got to be really careful there. They had his father's DNA. There's a 99% chance he is his father. Yeah, I feel like they're going to have a real difficult time, because you know how I said maybe the argument here is that he was, in that neighborhood so often because he was on other booty calls, right? But they got his DNA at the scene on an item, and it's not just like, there's lots of circumstances where DNA can be on the scene, because you're leaking DNA all the time and you don't even realize it. Skin flakes. If you scratch your head and you've got a little bit of dandruff, you're going to leave that behind. Theoretically, that can be found by diligent investigators. See, that's a load of DNA. But they've got his DNA specifically on the snap, like the opening snap of the sheath of what they think is the murder weapon. That's a bad place for it. I've had cases where, for instance, they find your DNA on a pop can. And the thing is about a pop can is that pop cans are portable, and somebody might pick up a pop can and move it, because in my area, at least, the pop can is valuable because they put a deposit fee on it, right? So, Yeah, so that's a problem. And I see, it's not a tissue, it's a knife sheath, looks real bad. This is going to be the thing that's hardest for him to explain. Because even if he's got some other reason to be in the neighborhood, how do we establish that? So he's going to be saying, hey, listen, maybe somebody stole my knife. Good luck. Good luck. So, I see, in the words of Natalie, the lawyer chick, he's so effed. I think he's in a real bad scene here. Like, this is a bad situation here. But this is not ironclad. I mean, certainly I've seen cases that look worse than this, where somebody has walked. So right now, I would not be like, if you're asking how much I'd bet on this, I'd bet money on the outcome based on what we've seen, but I wouldn't bet money I couldn't lose. Like, I wouldn't bet money I couldn't afford to lose on this one. And generous, thank you. I see the member chat. Those are hard for me to see, so sometimes I may miss them. Noting, thanks for covering this and everything else you do. Well, thank you very much. StreamYard doesn't show me those, so sometimes they're easy to miss. If I've missed a member chat, I'm sorry. So I see, unless it was that he left his knife in the car for protection and the car went missing, but it was at his parents'. I mean, there's all sorts of things that could come up, right? It could be the case. And I'm a big believer in, innocent until proven guilty. Ultimately, he doesn't have to prove anything right now, right? The prosecution, I was going to say the Crown, but it's not the Crown in the U.S. The prosecution is going to have to prove that he committed the murders beyond a reasonable doubt, that he committed all of these offenses beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's going to be tough. They're going to have some more information. We're going to get more details. This is still early days, but I mean, it doesn't look great right now. See, someone stole my knife that I left my phone in, and oh yeah, they turned my phone on and off on the way in and out, and after they parked it back at my place, it was not at all noticeable. Yep, I see equality. Let's see if he misses this one. I got you, equality, caught you. I see I'm having a hard time not getting past reasonable doubt. He could have been there at parties. If there was drinking a lot, people might not have known. Maybe he worked delivering food. There's all sorts of possibilities, right? But I mean, let's say they find a knife with, with blood on it in his possessions. That'll change things in a big way. That'll, so we don't know. And I see somebody saying motive hasn't been discussed in the affidavit. Motive is nice to have. Motive is great. It's really, for the prosecution, motive is nice, and we as the public really kind of like to see a motive. We like to understand things, right? We like to understand why it happened. But you don't need a motive to prove, most crimes. You just, you don't need to know why it happened, just that it happened. And so you can still be convicted without motive. If they can show that this guy planned the crimes, they may never figure out why he wanted to kill people, but they could still get him on murder, and still sentence him to death, never knowing why he did it. So, yeah. And I'm seeing some people saying that his sister may have lived on the same street. I mean, that would be really interesting that would be an interesting detail. That would be something that he would, argue in his defense. So, yeah.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
So once again, maximum penalty is death or imprisonment for life. I'm seeing the hard drive from his apartment and his cell phone will seal the conviction. I mean, this guy might not have, he might not have encryption, which I would be like, why? So, why? The other thing is, somebody mentioned, and I'm just noting here, the bloody shoe print plus the cell data and the DNA from the knife sheath are going to be real hard to explain away. I mean, if they find the shoes, that might be the end of this, right? Because if he's got the shoes and there's, the shoe print is nothing unless they find the shoe in his possession. I mean, maybe they find the shoes, and if he's got the shoes, and especially if he's got the shoes with DNA from those people, then he's in a lot of trouble in terms of like, that's the point where you need an explanation and it's going to have to be real good. So, yeah, I see this was during the time that BK was staying there. So I think they hope to pull BK's because he was stopped heading to PA 10 days before the trash was grabbed. I suspect so, but I mean, I also think that they just avoid apartments because apartments are hard. There are tricks that they will use at apartments, but I suspect that it was also just easier to try to track that down. And I mean, there's probably multiple reasons, but certainly I would believe that they're surveilling him and trying to pick this up. But hey, we got DNA and it's a match to his biological father is a big win, right? That's enough to get you to this arrest warrant. So yeah. And I see somebody noting Law and Lumber. Someone has a new favorite toy. Yes, he got a CNC machine and he is enjoying the hell out of it. So do we think he was dumb enough to keep anything that he was wearing at the scene? I don't know. He might have been smart enough to dispose of that. He might be somebody who thinks he's committing the perfect crime. Or he might be real dumb. I mean, lots of killers are real dumb. Sometimes you hear of situations where like they have all this murder kit, but they use the same murder kit each time. And then they just find this kit and it's like, yeah. And Emily D. Baker saying those are bushy. All right. Confirmed bushy eyebrows. All right. And his car is going to be full of forensic evidence. No need for knife or shoes. Yep. I mean, if he tracked blood into his car, they're certainly going to find that. So certainly going to find that. See, I would guess Ian for gray or green. I like a dark blue. You can see my background is a dark blue. So, and somebody saying Emily D. Baker, you got behind. Yep, a little bit. You can tell she's catching up on the replay.
And Mr. Kohberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do.
So, what is it? As much as I was hoping for he'd represent himself because it's hilarious, I'm glad that he's getting court-appointed counsel because court-appointed counsel is, we want to see this guy have a lawyer. Even when somebody is charged with super, super serious offenses, I want to see them get the best defense they possibly can because I want to know that if we have somebody in jail for, for serious crimes like this one, that we got the right guy, right? And we don't know that well unless they get a full and clear defense or unless the evidence is just overwhelming. And, so I want him to have a good defense. I want him to have a very competent defense. I want this to, I want to see what happens. So now Idaho apparently doesn't have that many death penalty cases, and specifically there's not that many lawyers who are certified as being allowed to take death penalty cases because apparently Idaho, they won't just let anybody who wants to run a death penalty case. But I don't know if she's run a death penalty case before. I see House Hippo is asking that one. So I don't know much about this lawyer, but I mean, this is playing for all the stakes, right? This is for all the chips. So yeah, and dude's life is on the line. You trust a professional with that. Yep. So See, you study criminology, commit this horrific premeditated murder, and don't have a lawyer ready. Lol. I mean, lawyers are expensive. And I can tell you, if you walked into a lawyer's office right now and you said, hey, I'm accused of committing multiple murders in this case that's got national attention, they're going to be sitting there going, okay, let's start at 6 figures and talk about where it's going up from there. But yeah. I see this crime is made for the death penalty, and the lawyer is Ann Taylor. I am not a believer in the death penalty. Absolutely, and just in no circumstances, including in really horrific cases, I don't believe in it. So that's my personal feeling on that. I see she's got a murder conviction overturned. Yep. Somebody's saying signaling with the black and white print. I think she's just honestly pulled on a shirt that she likes to wear. So that would be my guess. I don't think she's trying to send any big messages on this one. This would not be something she'd view as a big hearing. The other interesting point is, according to the timeline, he was on scene for 16 minutes. That's a fairly short time to unalive 4 people in that manner, right? Thoughts? It is, especially with a knife. And I mean, it might be that he could have been there longer, or like sometimes it takes people a long time to die with a knife. So we'll just, I think it's just the way it happened to work out. I was going to say he got lucky, but that's the wrong term here. All right.
Find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel, I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kohberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or 2 to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
So basically they're just saying, hey, we need a little bit more time to figure out when we're going to set this. I see. I'm sorry, but the death penalty works as a deterrent. It doesn't, though. That's been studied. It really doesn't. And the thing is that criminals don't really think of punishment. Criminals don't really consider punishment. And I mean, this guy killed several people. He's up for the death penalty. In some cases, there's indications where it might actually be that people commit more serious crimes because they're hoping to ensure they get the death penalty. But yeah. Now, and the prosecution here is not upset with the timeline, that it's going to take a little bit of time. I mean, he's not going to raise a fuss over stupid things, and raising a fuss over, hey, I need a little bit more time to figure out what we're doing with this case would be a stupid thing to raise a fuss about here. And thank you, ADA Warrior, for the super sticker. Now, I think it's really interesting that this case is being prosecuted by Santa Claus. So maybe I should ask and see if he needs some elves. So yeah, I see. I love Santa DA. Yeah, Santa DA is awesome. I see. I was for the death penalty in the Rittenhouse case. Yep, lots of people sort of saw that case and went, yeah, I mean, Rittenhouse could have been up for the death penalty. That, terrifying if that was sort of established there. I see. That's weird. Don't think of punishment. Murderers tend to act for a few reasons. One, they are desperate off their mind for lack of drugs and so forth. And when you're in that state, you're not thinking of any consequences. 2, they might be in a desperate rage. And so they're just sitting there thinking, hey, I'm going to, they're not even thinking at all. It's like they walk in, they find their partner in bed with their brother and their mom, and they freak out and go nuts and, commit multiple murders in that scenario. And, they're not thinking about the consequences. They're just so mad. So that's another thing. And that's, again, somebody who's not thinking of consequences. And another one is like when you've got something where people are more planning things out, they think they're getting away with it. That's the thing, is there's all these criminals who think they're getting away with it. This guy may have, this may not have been his plan to end up sitting in this chair at all, because nobody really plans for, I'm going to, I'm going to end up being, this is not a good outcome. Even if he's acquitted, it's not a good outcome. So, if you're sitting there thinking, hey, if you're planning things out, it doesn't really matter whether the sentence is 10 years or 30 years or the death penalty or whatever. It's all kind of equivalent in that pile of things that'll never happen to me. So, yeah. I mean, there's a certain point where, if you set the penalty too low, like if the penalty was $25 for committing a murder, then yeah, you might start to see people at that point going, maybe it's worth it. But most of our penalties are so high for various things that they're just, that they're life destroying. I mean, I've been pissed off at all sorts of people. I've never been, I want to spend 20 years in a cell pissed off. So yeah. Like the people who've wronged me most in my life, and some of them are, some of them have done some real serious wrongs, like wrongs I'm not going to talk about on this channel because they're real serious. I still wouldn't want to, still wouldn't say, hey, 25 years there. A YouTuber said a free public defender in Idaho is bad because the free ones are overworked. He said Brian should have represented himself. Whoever that YouTuber is, I recommend not listening to that person anymore, because there is no way that Brian's going to do a better job than a lawyer. Like, this is terrible advice. You definitely want somebody, and from what I understand, I haven't heard much about this lawyer, but I understand she's pretty experienced. Most places where you get a public defender on something like of national importance, they'll try to ensure that they've got enough time to do it. So, yeah. His sister lives in Pennsylvania, not Idaho. Don't know where that information comes from, but total fiction. That's good to know. Another super chat here as well. Joe Loy, great content as always. Look forward to you doing more lives. Ian, you could talk about penguins. Lol. I don't know what that means, but yeah. I see. Does that YouTuber want him to get away with it on appeal? I mean, I don't think that he'd get away with it on appeal, but why would you want to? Why would you want to sort of do that? The lady Kara, my delinquent daddy robbed a bank wearing a Fat Albert mask, unarmed, and decided to drive home with clear tags on his truck and the $900 or less that he took. Shaking my head, criminals ain't that smart. Robbing banks are real good at catching you these days. Really good at catching you these days. So, yeah. Robbing banks is dumb. I'm on delay, but wanted to stop and thank you for all the wonderful content and presentation of some such said content. Well done, sir. You deserve the 2A award. I'm hoping that'll just be hilarious. All right, let's keep going, see what DA Santa has to say.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on
It's pinned to the top. So
January 12th. At 10 o'clock a.m. We will make sure notice is sent, and then Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Kohberger right now is on a no bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just begun our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Kohberger has a good family that stands behind him.
And Mr. Thompson.
DA Santa's not going to be a fan of a bond on this one. Now, what she's saying is basically, we'll probably want to speak to bail at some point, but maybe not today because there's, that said, I'm sure she's not trying that hard because he's not going to get bail. It's just not. It doesn't seem likely here. I see. Can we go after Bill C-21 next? I've got a number of videos on C-21, like lots of videos on C-21. I got a whole playlist on Bill C-21, so check that out. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't even know if this is actually a bail application or if she's just saying we're planning to do bail later. It's kind of phrased weirdly. So let's see here.
The state's position is that Mr. Kohberger is not entitled to bond in this case because of the charges, as is noted on the arrest warrant itself. Under Code 19-816, 19-2903 both specify that given the potential penalties in this case, there's no right to bail. The defendant was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, where his family is. We ask that he remain in custody. No bail.
So Santa is saying, hey, because of the charges here, he doesn't get to even argue for bail. That's an interesting response here. So I want to see where this is going. I haven't watched this. I haven't followed up on what's going on with this one. But Santa's coming in hard saying no bail. Now, this doesn't seem like a bail hearing at this stage because I would expect that if they're running a full bail hearing, like a full, that they would have longer submissions than this. But he's just saying it's not available, so we don't need to set a bail hearing because he can't get it. I think that's interesting. People are asking, when do I think this will be heard? So January 12th is the next status conference. So the next kind of, they're just going to be in court to say, hey, here's what we're doing next. So that is not the trial. I would bet that it's late this year or early next year would be my bet if I had to put money on when that's going to be. But Santa Claus is not having he's not screwing around today.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set of this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional or further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Kohberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Sharon. The state is asking for no contact orders for various family members of deceased and also for surviving roommates that were supposed to brief me with this case if there's no objection.
Okay, so the judge at this point, I'd seen some reports saying that he was denied bail. He's just not getting bail at this point. There is a possibility that they will sort of follow up and do a hearing. I'm pretty sure. I mean, if his lawyer's not a complete chimpleton, she will have explained to him that his chances of getting bail are basically zero. He's not getting bail. It's just not happening. So I see here, did we already discuss him having no handcuffs or shackles when he was brought in? Is that odd, or did I miss something? It's not that odd. They'd often unshackle him for court. And what is it? So I suspect that, I mean, there's no, I don't think there's any issue here. He's got several cops watching him right now. And if he gets up without permission, he's about to be like, he's going to taste ground in a real hurry. So I don't think that's likely to happen. I see He may be attached to the table at the ankle. I don't know on that one, but he's not getting out of there. They're going to have people all over the place. I also saw somebody saying that they're going to mention the witnesses' names in full. This has been on Law and Crime. It's been on the news. I'm not going to try to censor that out just because it would be a bit of a difficult thing to do here. And their names are already out. We got 2,000 people watching, which is tremendous numbers for me. But 2,000 people is not going to make a big difference in all of that. So I'm still stuck on my mom and my brother caught in bed with my partner. I'm still scratching my head on that one. Would one stab everyone or just vomit everywhere? The smart move is just to leave and just be like, have a great life, all of you weirdos. And just like leave and keep leaving until you're like another state away. So, yeah. Even if he got bail, which you won't, where would the money come from? He needs a PD. I mean, if they're going to set bail on this, it would be like, we are setting bail at like $37 quadrillion. And sometimes you see that where they're required to set a bail because there's laws that require something. And so they'll be like, bail is set at $62 hojillion. Good luck. And people don't raise the bail because they can't. Sometimes the amount of bail is just purely to it's just purely as a way of denying bail. In Canada, that's actually a legal error. A judge can't say I'm setting bail at a level that I know you can't pay. They're not supposed to do that. If a judge is granting bail, they should be what's a hojillion? A big number. One with many, many zeros. So, and I see in US dollars, that'd be $50. The Canadian exchange rate is not that bad. And hey, welcome aboard.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how goes the CNC machine?
Oh, it goes. I got the test run a couple of colors. So it's the blue.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Pretty nice, right? So
you do.
And then listening in while you were going through. Wow. Quite a probable cause affidavit.
So, yeah, that's, they lay it out pretty well. And I mean, I'm sure they've got evidence here that they're holding back.
A lot.
And I mean, I'm really wanting to know, like, did they find the knife? Where's that knife? What did they find in his car? What did they find in his house? What did they find? Like, what about the shoes? Did they find the shoes? Like
the dog was the curious part to me of all of that. When I reread,
I hope the dog's okay.
Well, from what I heard, the dog is fine, but it's odd. The affidavit. So the dog is.
I just don't like when an affidavit uses dog in the past tense.
Oh yeah, and that part, like they talk about the dog, and I'm going, oh no, you're not going here.
And apparently the knife hasn't been recovered. This guy's a criminology student. I'm going to bet that knife is in a river.
But the sheath, I mean, there's so many things about this case that are just so odd.
I mean, if I was committing a murder with a knife and I left the sheath behind, I will tell you that knife would be gone. Like, just because, like, you're going to be sitting there at trial and they're going to do like it matches. And even though like it's a common brand of knife, like you can just buy these no problem, that demonstration would still look real bad. Like
the drive-bys, the scene drive-bys. So he drove, well, not he, whoever was driving the vehicle, allegedly
with his cell phone.
Yep, allegedly him with his cell phone. That vehicle drove by the house, what, 5 or 6 times that night?
Yeah.
That does not look good.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, with the knife, I would have been saying that it's gone, you know. And I see Julia 543. Aren't they already going to do that with the wounds in the sheath? You bet they're going to get a forensic expert to go and say, hey, we bought another one of these knives and it matches these wounds perfectly.
And a K-bar is not that, that's a relatively common knife. So
K-bar is easy to find. And in fact, I would be surprised if because there's people who specialize in doing this kind of wound analysis. I would be kind of shocked if they didn't just have a K-bar on the rack of like, this happens all the time.
Several K-bars.
Yeah, it's just going to be like, hey, we'll just go to the shelf and we've already got one.
Because a K-bar it's not a utility knife. There's a reason the Marines carry it. It's a weapon.
I mean, they're a great knife. They do all sorts of things.
Fixed blade, what, 8 inches? Thereabout, something like that.
You can definitely tell that they are designed as a combat knife. So, I mean, I've taken a K-bar hiking. They're a great hiking knife, but they're designed as a combat knife. Like, that's what they're for. The U.S. military, like the U.S. Marine Corps, aren't camping. I mean, they might be setting up tents and so forth, but they're there to do some business. And, the fact that the knife can be used for other things is purely just kind of an accident, right? It's like, we designed it for combat, but it's also okay if people can use it to eat and cut ropes and so forth. So yeah, it's a multi-purpose knife, but top of that purpose list is you might need to stab some people.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. And I see Kestrel 42 saying the dog was locked alone in a bedroom. The girls were together in another bedroom. There was no evidence found on the dog. That's good. And he was unharmed. He went to the ex-boyfriend, Jack. I am so glad that that dog is okay.
Emily's asking how long a K-bar blade is. I think it's 8 inches.
Yeah, I'll just have to look. I mean, this is a popular enough...
It's 7 inches.
Yeah, I mean, it's a popular enough knife that it's got a Wikipedia entry. So
big knife. Like when Crocodile Dundee pulls out the knife, and it's like, that's not a knife. This is a knife. It's a bigger K-bar.
Yeah, he's got a Bowie, I think, but yeah, it's 7 inches. So it's yeah, and it's described as the K-bar fighting / utility knife. You know which one comes first in that list is yeah. So it's a 7-inch knife. It's big.
So many jokes I can make right now that I'm not going to.
I came real close to making a joke, and then I was like, the murders. I am withholding.
That is a true 7-inch knife, not a social media 7-inch knife.
It's not. They don't take pictures of it with unusual camera angles.
It's a big knife.
Is it legal in Canada? Yes, it is. You can own one of these. I see in Connecticut, anything over 6 inches is illegal. Resisting the joke. But
is that true for fixed blade?
Might well. They've got sort of, a lot of places have limits on like knife length, but I mean, Canada is not one of them.
Well, that's fixed blade. Fixed blade, you can't really set a length because knives are used in kitchens. You can't set a length for a fixed blade knife.
Sometimes they'll say that you can't carry something around if it's got a particular length or something like that.
Or unsheathed. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we don't have to make the jokes because all the people in the chat are making them.
No, and honestly, like that affidavit read like a Stephen King novel. It's
the scene where like the person hears the, like that's like there's someone here. That's creepy as hell. Like that, when they make a movie about this, and they will make a movie about this, that's going to be in the movie.
Well, what's fascinating is the DA did not need all of that info to get probable cause for the arrest. They laid out a longer affidavit than they typically do. And I think that was to kind of say, look, we do take this seriously. We are giving this the resources that it needs, because the probable cause affidavit, that just gives the defense attorney more more of an understanding of how you're approaching the case. So the defense attorney now knows what their angle is and what evidence they're looking for.
The other thing that was interesting is like some of the family members were quite harshly critical of the police to say, hey, listen, we don't think you guys are doing anything. And I understand that since this was released, they've said, you know what, we're sorry. Like one of the relatives said, like they made a statement saying, we apologize for criticizing the police. And I think that they might be doing this to address some of that, because prior to this, like there were lots of people in the media saying, why aren't they doing anything? Like, aren't the police investigating this? And the police are like, chill the F out, was kind of what they were saying.
Well, look at the
And
dates.
now
The dates when they were getting subpoenas and information, like they had an angle. They knew where they were going for a while.
They were narrowing this down. They were, and I see Mr. Gonsalves apologized. Quite frankly, if he never apologized,
I'm fine with that.
I wouldn't fault the guy, because you know what? He's a parent in the worst situation a parent can ever be in, but he's a big man for doing so. Yeah, I can get why he was upset, right? Because they were saying like, listen, we ain't saying a damn thing. And, they knew who they were dealing with. They were worried that they were going to have to, that this guy was going to be somebody who might destroy their evidence. I'm sure that they were sitting there worrying that this guy might be ready to wipe his hard drive. They're going, we want this guy's hard drive. We want to pick him up and we want to get as much detail there. And
you think the cops didn't know the second they ran his name that he was a grad student in criminology? Like they knew that. That was probably one of the first things they knew.
They actually put that in there, that they did a Google search. And not only did they find his, that he's a PhD student in criminology, but they also found that he'd applied to the police about digital forensics. And that must have been like, holy crap. Like,
yep.
So
right then you take your investigation and you lock it down, like no leaks whatsoever, because he's going to be watching all of the other things. Oh.
Yep. And somebody noting that Wusthof is a great solid knife. I got Wusthof knives in my kitchen. They're a great kitchen knife. However, some people prefer the Asian styles more than the German. I have some of both because I like knives. I like good kitchen knives. Good kitchen knives are life. Do you have the Henkel International or do you have the good Henkels?
The Henkel, I have the good Henkels, but even so, I want to get some Japanese steel in my kitchen.
Yep. If you come out here, there's a store I will have to take you to. It is basically the porn store of kitchen knives. It is fantastic.
Well, please advertise it better.
It's a knifeware. It's on white, I think. If you are like, if I win the lottery, I'm going to walk in there and be like, I am taking one of everything. They'll be like, what? I'm like, one of everything and two of that, please. And they'll,
yeah.
So, yeah.
To those of you in the chat who are not sharpening your knives, I see a couple people like, no, cardinal sin, sharpen your knives, period. End of story.
Yeah.
Emily, stop. Bad Emily. Bad.
Making it difficult or making it hard?
No. You can't make, no. Don't like either of you. Why do I have better selection of friends. Oh, I love my friends.
I also just want to say his motive for the killing might have been his nose. Can you see that nose?
Oh, come on. I was more just watching his demeanor throughout all of it. The arrest, the transport, all of it. There was a
that
resignation.
Nose was guilty of the burglary a full 5 minutes before he was.
Well, so many, like there's like Ricada jokes in there and there's mask jokes in there and terrible.
So, yeah. I see. If
Let's-
that's his motive, we better be afraid of Nick.
Yeah. Seriously. Well, Nick is a suspect character as it is. You just know that as a fact, just because his nose gives it away from the very beginning. Yeah. The sad part about this, not the sad part. It's a interesting part. We're going to get zero information from this point until several months. And that's going to be hard for the public to digest.
Yep. People are going to be just desperate for information, and they put a gag order. They've said, don't reveal any evidence on this. And that's, yeah. And I see people saying, how is Hogue? I saw something saying that there's an update on the Hogue Law YouTube. So,
oh, he has a new toy. Do you know what the new toy is?
Did somebody send him a screaming goat?
Can I?
You certainly can.
Yep. So Hogue has a new method of tormenting nurses, and that showed up at his house today. And I got a report that the kids are running around torturing each other with it.
Nice. So we've got an update here from 2 hours ago. I'm just going to read it because we're all worried about Hogue. So Mrs. Hoglog here again. I'm too tired for a full update. He's still in the ICU. Mrs. Hoglog, don't feel obligated to us. Seriously, you put you ahead. So I sure hope he doesn't hate me for these posts. I'm going to say I got a free pass because I had to call an ambulance. My wife has a very similar take on things. She's like, you are out of ambulance trips. She's told me that I'm out of ambulance trips for the year. And I haven't had, Hogue's issues here. So, so I'd like to make a map for Rick as a visual reminder of how many support him from so many different countries. If you're a Hangouts and Headlines chat fan, this is also one of my favorite parts of the show. And my girls and I like looking up your countries on the map. If you're keeping us in your thoughts or prayers and are comfortable, please comment here with your state or country. So he would like to hear that. So I'm going to just note a comment here just because... yeah, we're all supporting him, and I may have a surprise on the way, and I'm not going to spoil what it is. Rob already knows because I run things past Rob yeah, no, that I got a surprise. I hope it brightens his day. Because he's gonna have a tough road ahead, and we're gonna be there to support him. Guys, if you have time, go watch old Hangouts and Headlines. Go watch Lawyers and Dragons on his channel. Go watch his videos because his YouTube has the almighty algorithm, and the algorithm punishes you for certain things. And one of the things it punishes you for is not having activity on your channel. Mm-hmm. And so if his channel has no activity while he's away, the YouTube will punish him for it. And they're not punishing him for it because because they're angry at him. The machine doesn't know, and the machine doesn't care. The machine will just say, you have been uninteresting to people lately. We are going to punish you. I'm seeing a bit of that on my channel, and I didn't post for like 2 weeks over Christmas, New Year's. And now I'm posting videos and they're just getting no traction. And I'm pretty sure that's because the algorithm has decided, screw this guy. He hasn't been getting the numbers lately. So we're just going to, we're not going to show him as much. Blow up his channel. Like
for those of you, blow it up. For those of you who don't know what Lawyers and Dragons is, 4 people, principals were Rick, Alita, Ian, and myself. And if you watch, you can see guest appearances by Uncivil Law and Emily D. Baker and Natalie Lawyer Chick.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun. It's a way to see us talking about things that aren't so serious and just having a lot of fun with it. So please just go watch his channel. You can leave comments. Leaving comments and interacting on the videos is huge for the algorithm. So please go do that.
And if you can, watch the ads. I turn off ad block to watch Hogue's channel because, the other thing, and I mean, this is going to seem a little crass, but Right now, he's probably knocked out of the legal game for a bit, and he's knocked out of the YouTube game for a little bit, while he's also got a whole bunch of costs because he's going to need rehabilitation. And that rehabilitation there's critical periods, right? This is the period where he's going to get the most recovery. And, so he's got to put that in. So there's going to be a GoFundMe out there. And it's not up yet, but it will be. And when it is, I'm going to throw some money at it. I encourage, if you've got money, throw money at it.
And there's a cool thing that YouTube has now where if a monetized video is out there, if you feel so inclined before this GoFundMe is set up, and if you have the means and wish to do so, especially if you usually do send super chats to Hangouts and Headlines, you can leave super thanks. On a video, when you watch, it gives you the chance to leave a super thanks, which is the same thing as a super chat. It gives money to the creator. Now YouTube takes a cut, so please don't do that if you want to hold off for that GoFundMe to be set up for that family. But it's an option that you can use.
Yeah. And I'm just going to address this because it's an ugly comment. GoFundMe for a lawyer. Are you effing kidding? I mean, the medical system in the US is messed up. The costs are insanely high. And as a lawyer, you don't get sick days. If you can't work, you don't get paid. And so your income, if you get sick, can go from, whatever, a decent income to zero. And suddenly you've got huge expenses. Medical expenses are the leading cause of bankruptcy in the US.
And let me put it this way: a lawyer that is the head of a household, that is the principal income earner for the entire household, who has 2 children that are school aged. So double think. I mean, before you make a comment like that, I would appreciate if you would think about people that, while it appears from the outside they have means, that means supports a whole family.
Yeah. And I see, then why did Michael Bublé bring his child to the US for cancer treatment? If you have money, which Michael Bublé does, like huge, huge money, the US is the best place to possibly be for medical care. But for most people, including people with a pretty decent income, it can be pretty brutal. And if you don't want to donate, you don't have to. But yeah. And I see Rackets mentioned a different service besides GoFundMe. I'm going to have to do some research on trying to figure out what the best move is for that, because some of them have different cuts that they take and so forth. And I see Froggy Girl makes an excellent point. Not all lawyers have money. And I will tell you, I have had years. 1 year of my practice, my income was literally 35 grand Canadian. And when you look at what that is, that's like minimum wage. And that was because I was doing a ton of work and most of it was for free. So not all lawyers are rolling in money. And sometimes the lawyers you might like best are people who are scraping by. Like I was paying my assistant more than I was making that year. And it wasn't like, hey, this is just my first year out. I'm whatever. I was just doing way too much work for free because I am way too much of a soft-hearted person. So lawyers have huge range in incomes. Some of them are, buying like $1 million or, hundreds of thousands of dollar earrings. And some of them are, living pretty modest lives.
So they're Girardi. Very nice.
So Hogue is likely to have more expenses than he has income for a while. He deserves our support. Yep. And if you don't like Hogue or you don't like, you don't have to. But and I see some people asking, will you sub his channel while he's in recovery? Right now we don't like Mrs. Hoaglaw has the I think she's got the logins and all of that. I would be happy to appear on his channel. Maybe I will do some because I've been doing some stuff on Roll of Law, like some live streams. We could do something over there, just to sort of not to replace Lawyers and Dragons, because Lawyers and Dragons is special, but just something to fill that sort of gap there.
It's a tough sell, though. Like imagine Mrs. Hogue going to Hogue and saying, "So I had this idea. What if we give Ian the reins to your channel? We want to keep his blood pressure low, like not high."
Yeah, I could do some video game talk, discussion on his channel, which is on his brand, but he might not like the thoughts I have about some of his favorite games.
You would not like the thoughts you have.
So, yeah. We'll have to figure that out, and we'll have to sort of determine on that. So, everybody's figuring this out. We're all trying to sort of solve this and trying to sort of do what we can as best we can, but we're gonna see.
And to the chat, like, don't get me wrong. If he is comfortable with that, there are any number of us that are happy. I will wake up at 7 a.m. to do Hangouts and Headlines. I will, but it is his channel. That is his channel.
Yep, absolutely.
He has absolute control.
Yeah, he has absolute control over it, and so if we're doing that, then we'll do that. Like if that's what he'd like us to do, but yeah, we're not going to like he gets to run that show. We're not going to push. So yeah, and. Speaking of Lawyers and Dragons, Hardy arrived.
Oh, my Hardy is downstairs. It's awesome.
What's your Hardy number?
There's a number on Hardy?
There's a number.
I have to check. Hang on.
So I'll read some super chats while he's away here. Loving the live stream. Can't believe we're talking about such a horrific subject and can still laugh about it. Vegan Powers was hilarious. I mean, here's the thing about doing criminal law. Criminal law is real hard sometimes. Sometimes you end up, you get a file and it's horrific stuff. And sometimes you have to laugh in order to stay sane. So you got to laugh about things. Oh, what's the number on it?
So I have the Hogue bot, and then Hardy is in. I don't have a bag for Hardy, but maybe on the head. But mine is Hardy number 7 of 50.
I have 1 Hardy ahead.
Special Hardy.
You're gonna have to take that up with David at Prototopics. And I see somebody's noting that they have Hardy number 45. So they are collector's edition Hardys. And Hardy number 44. So yep, we've got a range of them here. 26. Lots of Hardys in the chat. So yeah, and I see noting exactly. I suspect that's about the the difficult sense of humor.
Yep.
I can tell you, I have worked on files that were really bad files, and sometimes the jokes that get told in order to deal with that are things that it's like, this never leaves this room.
Yeah,
because it's just like you can't. So I see Runkle, please exercise if you're not already. I'm terrible at exercising. I should. So most of my exercise is like doing 3-gun matches, and they're banning those here in Canada. So they ban the thing I do to get exercise by banning the guns you use for it. So Runkle could stream headaches and headlines.
it's pretty good.
So I know it's an emotive subject, but I would enjoy hearing an intelligent debate on pros and cons of the death penalty. I think that's for another stream, but it is worth doing, I think. Yeah, and Emily D. Baker noting the things you never talk about outside the office ever. Yep. There is some things, and I can tell you, I worked at a firm where we hired a young lawyer, and he cracked a joke outside that was like it was fine for in the office, but he cracked it on the way there, and we were just like, dude, No, not in
Yep.
public, not ever. So context.
Well, and every lawyer has that case that sent them home like broken, like crying. And I don't care who you are. There was a case that broke you, and you're
Yep.
calling your friends, and it's like it's the moments you never want to share and don't want anyone to ever see. But this is not it's not an easy job.
Yep, I can tell you I've had files that you just like, I just can't. There are some pictures I can see in my head of crimes and so forth that I'm just like, yep. And sometimes you just aren't, you might be surprised at which ones get to you. You never really know until it does. Jillian Whelan, also I'd like Murder is Hard added to the list of Runkleism quotes for a possible t-shirt coffee mug merch, please. I should add that. If the sheath doesn't fit, you must quit.
Gosh. Talk about okay, that's sure. Yep.
That's a throwback. Gina Woolsey, Hogue is a person who many of us enjoy. If you don't want to donate, then don't, but you're in the wrong spot to be hating on lawyers. Yep. Absolutely. A bunch of us are watching Lawyers and Dragons weekday mornings at Hogue's usual time. Join us for live chat in the comments. Ep3 tomorrow. So I think that's over on the Law and Lumber Discord. So check
cool.
that out. Yeah. Would be nice for some to cover hangouts and headlines for a bit. We will see what they want to do. Not to put you guys on the spot, but should there be another auction, I will do another bot, but no pressure, but want to help if I can. I'm going to sign up for, and that's with respect to Extra Life. I'm going to sign up for Extra Life for next year as well. It's a good cause. My husband and I have been watching Hogue Law for the last 3 days. I've had to declare bankruptcy due to medical bills 25 years ago, and it is terrible from Minnesota. Yep. It's rough. It's difficult.
Well, and you're not going to blow past Emily's chat. I'm not going to let you blow past Emily's chat.
Oh, I got to find it then.
Scroll up about 5.
Moving on. I will never try Coke and wine. You should. One day I'm going to visit you, and we will try Coke and wine. And you can say, this is terrible. And
it is.
Yeah. So Nicholas saying, reminds me of the guy who shot himself in the leg with a nail gun, and I still had to argue him keeping his job while internally trying not to laugh.
It's a more common thing than you think, Nicholas. I know like framers who do that. It's a relatively common mistake.
We had a situation with a guy who, so here's the circumstance. Guy is doing drywall nailing. So he's nailing drywall up to something with a nail gun. And he's got a hard hat on. And he's got an itch under that. So he uses the thing in his hand to sort of rub the helmet and stamps a nail right into his skull.
Lovely.
Now, luckily, he wasn't doing like heavy framing nails. So it was just like a little tiny nail. So it didn't actually go into the brain. But I'm not sure it would have caused much damage if it did.
I've shot my hand before with a framing nailer on a deflection. Like it deflected off of a knot right up into the palm of my hand.
Oh,
that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
And I see, Runkle, when you and Rob and I are hanging in Nashville, we will talk about it. We got to make this happen.
Yep.
Because I so want to make that trip. There's so many places I want to go see. And sometimes it's just people in the chat who I know, and they're like, come see me over here. And I'm like, I would like to do that. Yes. So I see maybe EDB during Truth or Dare stream.
Nope. Nope. I will not enter a Truth or Dare stream with Emily D. Baker. No way.
Oh God, that would be rough.
No way. And especially not with Ian Runkle and Emily D. Baker. No effing way. You could not pay enough money.
And the hot sauces we have. All right, so let's we got a few more minutes in this. I suspect it's going to be just sort of wrapping things up here, but we'll see what they do.
Ms. Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Pernodal, excuse me, yes, Mr. and Ms. Laramie, Mr. Mogan, Ms. Cheeley, and then a number of members of the Gonsalves family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Kohberger, by way of being provided notice of these documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are prohibited from having any contact with them whatsoever. You cannot contact them through third person in writing or by any electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage.
So the no contact here is with roommates as well as family members. This is real common in something like this. You don't want him sending a letter because sometimes people send nasty letters to the family members.
Just
Something
think-
like, you know,
Think Darrell Brooks. You remember hearing that during sentencing?
yep. Yeah, so they're not opposing it because there is no reason to oppose it. He's got no reason to have any contact with any of these people, right? It's not like they're asking for no contact with his mom or something like that. But also, why would you fight on that, right? This is just one of those things where you're just not going to want to fight it because you think you're going to win that fight. You know, it's just you're never going to succeed on that one.
This guy looks
so-
like a kid.
He
Look how,
does. He looks real
looks
young.
like a kid.
I've seen some people in the chat saying theories about him being an incel, and I'm just like,
I,
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't, but you never know what his personality's like. And I mean, one element of his personality might be murdering several people, which tends to be off-putting. I don't know, because again, he's presumed innocent at this point, but you know, he might be creepy. He might be all sorts of things. You don't know. Somebody's saying, how dare he have such dewy, youthful skin? I'm kind of surprised he looks this good when he's been in custody, because custody usually does horrible things to people's appearance.
It's what, 72 hours?
Yeah, but even then, I mean, you're eating
Yeah.
greasy, gross food, which tends to make people acne out. You have no access to good soap or any of that stuff. You've got all you've got is just
You're
know,
not
so people-
sleeping.
you're not sleeping. You're not getting sunshine. People tend to look like garbage when they come into court.
Yeah, guys, and into the chat, stop trying to diagnose. Please stop. Like I get it. There's a lot that we don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he's 28 years old. Like he's a youthful guy, and you're going, wow, where did things go and how did they go that way?
And I see people saying he gets his vegan food. I mean, he may well, but even the vegan food tends to be like, you know, deep fried, you know, and sure, it might be deep fried in vegetable oil, but deep fried is deep fried. So, yeah. He's vegan, so he's not eating greasy food. Plenty of vegan food is greasy AF. So, yeah.
Well, here comes Scott. I guarantee you, here comes Scott in 2.2 seconds for the vegans. And where's the chat? Where's the chat? Where's
Might
the
have
chat?
gone to sleep. I see one. He resembles. He actually does resemble Bernardo.
Bernardo who?
Paul Bernardo, major It's on your list, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. I just saw
Oh,
that
there's-
Scott. What did I say? What did I say?
May I remind everyone I am vegan. I have been for my whole life. It's not exactly something to make fun of. Thanks. We're not making fun of it here. We're
Not
just
making
noting
fun.
that, that vegan food is not necessarily healthy. It can be, but there's plenty of vegan food that is awful. And vegan food is, prison food, vegan or not, tends to be pretty miserable.
Yep.
So I don't know. Nicholas saying, I have a resting serial killer face. Didn't stop me from having relationships. Be a good person and it will work out. Usually what stops people is not so much the the face, it's the demeanor, right? It's how they act. So I mean, you see and I don't know if this guy is an incel or not. Like, this guy might be completely different motivations. But yeah, he typically in those circumstances, you can see people who are quite attractive physically, but they just weird people out. That tends to be sort of a circumstance there.
Any conduct that would harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them, or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury, cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders. And if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor offense. It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years. And then if it needs to be modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson? Anything further, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
And with that, Brian Kohberger's first court appearance in Latah County, Idaho.
Oh,
So,
yep.
Yeah, we don't need that. All right. So I thought I cut that out. All right. So the no contact is basically a given. I think it's funny that they're like, you can't go within 300, how is he going to get within 300 meters of their residence?
But she has to read it.
I know, but it's still like, I don't know if the meter radius is discretionary, but it's still like, is she going to, like, if he escapes and goes within 300 meters, are they really going to worry about the no contact as opposed to the escaping from a prison? So, yeah, it's, but I mean, this is basically banning him from sending any letters or anything like that.
Bless you.
Yeah, I managed to hit the mute on that one. That was a good thing.
Pretty good.
So the other thing, that applies there, I mean, the no contact is kind of a given. I was really interested to see just how much attention he was paying. Like, you see him nodding along. He's focused. He's keen. He's paying attention there, right?
All of it. You get a vibe. And
you get a vibe. Yeah. And I mean, he's taking it seriously. He's like, he's focusing along. That's unusual. A lot of people in this, like,
they do
a lot of the, and a lot of the time as the lawyer, I have to be like, I have explained this, to the accused because he's not listening in court. Like, they're just, sitting there. So anything I might say about this is pure speculation, right? And I'm not a big believer in, sort of the body language analysis. I know you're on with, Spidey quite a bit. You got a different take on that.
I think you and I kind of have similar takes. Like, I know you've made comments in the past. I don't think we're very dissimilar in that regard. I use it as a tool when I'm asking questions. I want to know the next question to ask. I want to know if I'm going down a path where I'm disrupting the person's chain of thought. I want to know if they seem uncomfortable or nervous, or I want to know if they're confident in what they're saying, and I know steer away.
Yep.
That's how I use it.
And I see somebody noting the orange jumpsuit doesn't help his image. It's actually one thing that they will probably apply for and probably get is
They'll get it.
permission to have him come in a suit.
You 100%
And-
get it. In front of the jury, you 100% get it.
Yep. And I mean, I would actually think it would be negligent not to ask for it. Because you have to, right? You have to, you have to ask for that because, do you think the jury's going to convict the dude in the orange suit? Like 100%. Like that is basically just, you might as well walk in with a tattoo on your forehead that says guilty AF.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't get a tattoo that says guilty AF. Or if you do, you need to never commit a crime. Ever. But I don't know. I mean, he seems really chill overall.
No, he's he's tense.
He's tense, but he's not
relaxed. He's not resigned. He's not relaxed. He's tense. He's alert.
Yeah.
Everything about him is, if you see that person on a witness stand, you're going, this is going to be a challenge, because he is with it. And
yep. I mean, if I was the prosecution, I'd be happier if I saw him freaking out a little bit.
Mhm.
This guy might be a tough nut to crack on cross-examination. But I mean, the flip side of this is that if you can show him being too cool, like too cold about all of this, I mean, they're murder charges, right? The jury's going to expect a certain amount of emotion. And if they don't
that's
get
what
it
is. Go ahead, finish your thought. I'm sorry. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
if the jury doesn't get that, they might, they might hold it against him. So
Menendez brothers from the 90s. Alita's been doing this in her historic trials.
yeah.
He looks so similar in posture and demeanor and behavior to the Menendez brothers.
Oh, interesting.
Wow. Okay. That's like everything about his body language. Like, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
That was bothering me for a little while.
So it's interesting to see. And I mean, we're going to get lots more commentary as time goes on. There's going to be lots more people. Everybody wants to do like body language analysis on this guy. Everybody wants to have a comment. Yeah, I see this one. Oh, this is terrible. And yet the right kind of sense of humor for this. Darryl Brooks is a suit he doesn't need. Ouch. The thing is I've actually gone in and brought people suits.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the family, like if you have a suit, it's like, I want to bring in your suit. If you don't have a suit, I have a tailor that I've gone to and been like, this is this guy's jacket. Can you make a suit the same size? Because you don't want the suit to look like it's, a tent on them or too tight. You want the person to come in wearing a suit that is their size. So sometimes you have to, do things like ask the family for like, can you get me a set of his pants and a jacket that fits well?
And then you decrease it by about 2 sizes because that's how much they lose in jail.
Yeah. Although some people put on weight in jail. So you just do your best, and you ask them like, hey, sometimes people are like, what do you mean? How's my weight doing? You're like, you going up, you going down? Like, where's this going? And yeah. See, prisoners also shouldn't wear cloaks. Just say, I don't think they let you wear a cloak in prison, but I don't know if they'd let you wear one in court either. So yeah, just a few super chats here to cover. Will you wear the tie if we meet up? I might.
Always.
Although then Rob might try to recover it.
No, that tie is just a fun game now. That tie is a fun game.
And I see a suggestion here. We want to eat at Mamo's for great Cajun food. Cajun is amazing when it's good Cajun. It's like, it's one of those things where you're like, you don't expect it to be so good. And some of the things they do with food are just like gumbo. The whole thing of like, making a roux, the oil and flour and so forth gets you such amazing flavor. And I'm just like, how'd you think about that?
Yeah.
What if we donated to Hogue? Rob, would you truth or dare with Ian and EDB then? It could be a fundraiser.
With parameters.
Yes. Big
Very,
parameters.
very specific parameters.
So
They could
yeah.
not be violated by the chat or by either of those two.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Co-host H&H and call it Hatchins and Hardware.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good. You gotta do that one. I have a resting serial killer face. Didn't stop me from having relationships. Be a good person. It'll work out. Yep. I can tell you, like, lots of people have relationships. If you're not, I'm not making it, I don't want to make it sound too easy, but there's a lot of people out there who are self-defeating and who are sad about it. And, so yeah. Whoops. I see we have a Cajun place 5 minutes from my house. The owner is a hoot. Love Cajun Ron. We used to have a place where I lived, and it was Fat Al's Cajun. And Fat Al was a big, fat black guy. And he had the most amazing sense of humor because he could just come in and he'd be like, hey, how's everyone doing? And then he'd drop some really black joke, and I mean like dark humor. And it would just be like, did I just hear that? He was this amazing character. And sadly, he moved. From what I understand, he moved out basically back to sort of more Cajun areas because he was like Canadian West Coast. It's not the best place to run a Cajun restaurant, but I love that guy in his restaurant. It was fantastic there. Viking Wolf by Blood. Thank you very much. Rules work. Y'all are lawyers. EDB are lawyer. Only a lawyer would use that many words clarifying live.
Yep. That was her talking about herself. It was really funny to hear.
Rename incel to sincel, self-inflicted celibacy. Yeah, this is a complicated topic, and a lot of people out there are really hurting over it. So it's one to step into carefully. So I have some sympathy for people who are in this situation, but it's complicated and difficult, and yeah, it's a rough world out there. So. And I see people saying, do we know he hasn't had a girlfriend? We don't know a thing about this guy.
We know nothing.
I mean, this guy could have a list of like 6 people he comes home to that he's got a rotation, off his Tinder profile, like Camelot, where he's got to,
I know.
We just don't know.
We know
we don't
nothing.
know a thing about this guy, right? So, yeah. And I see people noting incel is mostly just a childish insult at this point. Yeah, it gets thrown around as that a lot. So, and I know we won't until trial. I don't even know if his relationship history is going to come up in trial.
I doubt it will.
It might on sentencing. You
on
might
sentencing,
have,
yeah, that's fair.
I mean, you might have, him bringing in past relationships to be like, he was a decent guy. He took out the garbage. He always put the toilet seat down. He committed several murders, but don't execute him. That we could see, right, on a sentencing. So
this is tough to call whether it's going to go to trial. Like, realistically, depending on the evidence, this is a plea case. You don't want to face death penalty. You want some reduced sentence, but also it's a case where the DA, they have the victims to think of, and the DA
may say, listen,
they might force the trial.
Yeah, they may say, listen, the only deal on the table is death penalty.
They might.
The other thing I could see is they could absolutely say, you know what? We're going to make you an offer. The offer is you plead out, you do life. That's the offer.
Life upon life upon life, like true life, like no parole.
Several lives, no parole. And from his perspective, if he wants to not be executed,
trial
might be a good deal.
Yeah, but this is a tough call. This case is tough.
And I see Lita Randolph is up I will donate 1,000 to Hogue if Rob agrees to play Truth or Dare with Emily and Ian with no stipulations. We can't do no stipulations.
That there has to be some stipulations.
Because, like, hey, Rob, tell me the name and address of your last client.
Yeah, see that
You just
I can't
do that, right? So lawyers cannot play Truth or Dare with no stipulations because that would be he can't answer that question. I can't answer that question. It's just not something allowable there. Being autistic, I think I'm very lucky. I met my wife early on. I can see many of my people very much so finding issues with finding a partner. Good to have empathy. Yeah. And I will say there's a lot of overlap between autism and attention deficit and people having these kinds of difficulties. Because if you have social skills deficits, they can cause problems. But again, we don't know if that's the circumstance there. We could do truth or malort.
Ooh, that's a good one. I would do that.
Because if you get asked a stupid question, it's like, okay, I have to drink the malort.
I will
also
opt the
screw
malort
you
instead. Yeah, that's fair.
So
I can do that. I need to find a way to get malort.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I know a guy who would happily ship us some malort if he thought we were doing this.
And I would unhappily receive it.
Like Law Talk with Mike would send us malort and he would be
he probably would. He'd probably be giddy.
Yeah. Ian, do you think he'd wait until to decide whether he'd plead until the discovery? He would be crazy not to.
He has to wait, yeah.
You always want to see the evidence against you because, and quite frankly, I've had prosecutors tell me, here is the deal now, and if you wait for disclosure, the deal gets worse. And I never take that agreement because that means that what's in the disclosure is real bad for the prosecution.
I think it's malpractice to take that agreement.
Yep. I will note one exception. I had a guy who the guy was charged with drug offenses, but not super bad drug offenses. And the prosecutor accidentally sent me a document they were not supposed to send me. And so what they sent me detailed the name of a confidential informant. And so the name of a confidential informant has special protections. If I open this and I read this, I'm not allowed to tell my client that name because that's protected. But it's still a really big deal. Anyway, the prosecutor called me and he's like, he left like 12 messages just so my assistant would very much know to say, like, first thing in the door. He's like, this prosecutor really wants a call. He says it has to be the first thing you do upon getting into your office. And my thought is basically, F this guy, right? Like, where does he get off? I call him up. He's like, you have an envelope from my office. Have you opened it? I'm like, no. He's like, great. Here's the deal I'm offering. If we get that envelope back unopened, your charges against your client go away. That's the deal. Deal. And I was like, we're doing that. I've just got to confirm with my client. But, and my client's like, well, and I said, listen, even if I open that envelope, I can't tell you what's inside. So take the deal. He's like, sounds good. So
and then you go to your assistant with the envelope and say, take this away from me. Do not let this anywhere near me because I want to see so bad.
I walked that envelope back to back to their office and was like, they're like, oh, we'll take that. And I'm like, no, you call him out to the lobby so I can hand this to him in person. Because if you open this, that screws my client. I want this into his hands. And, hand it over. And he's like, charges are gone. And the charges went away. And that was, again, not the most serious charge, but it was like, yep, this is a big screw up. Because confidential informants whose names get released tend to not survive very long. So yeah, that's a big deal. But I see somebody saying, quick, steam this open. I don't want to know. Like, I just don't want to know. No. So yeah, that was just get that in. But yeah, but if I've had Crown prosecutors say, like, the deal is this, if you wait to see disclosure, then the deal will get worse. And I'm like, nope, we're not doing that. Like, that's just ridiculous. So See,
That's
at
a
the
fair
same
point.
time, the parents that have been most vocal and have said death penalty have said they don't want to hear all the details, and if it goes to trial, they will hear details, so it may plead. Yep, I mean, the prosecutor, AD Santa, may have to have a serious conversation about that.
And you can't plead to the death penalty.
Yeah.
That has to be a separate finding.
However, you can, I assume, just say we agree that the death penalty is the appropriate sentence.
Yeah, but the judge, I think, still has to have, under the law, still has to have a separate factual finding too, because the judge is the one it's recommending the sentence of death. The judge has to make the determination.
Yeah. And I see this apply, or not saying applies to suspect, just the idea of looking at a whole group as creating their own problem. True for many, not for all. Yep. That was with regards to sort of incel aspects. See, how long after did you find out what was in the envelope? I mean, he mentioned that it included the name of a CI, and after that, I don't know who the CI is, and I never will. I see somebody saying, I just wanted to say it was so sweet of you to make the leather plaque for Corey. What a wonderful and so very special gift. The gift is really Corey sharing, what he's going through with us and his lovely family. They're really, I love watching those videos. So I'm just happy to sort of help out there. He could plead open to the court and then do a sentencing hearing or sentencing trial. Yep, absolutely. Could say I did the murders.
But Emily, even then, wouldn't the judge have to have an independent trial or hearing? Because the court has to be the one that imposes the sentence, and they have to have facts to do it. So aren't they under an obligation to actually conduct a factual analysis before they do the sentence, especially if it includes death? They would have to take death off the table for the judge to just accept the recommendation. I believe so.
I think the judge has to do an analysis, but yeah. And I see here, good question. In your opinion, is the information in the affidavit considered evidence? One of your counterparts commented on Peter Tragos' stream earlier that it wasn't. It's evidence in the warrant application.
That's it.
But it's not evidence in the trial, right?
Yeah, you can't look at it again.
And the reason why is because there's different standards of evidence, right? Some of the stuff that they can use in a warrant application is stuff like hearsay. There's blatant hearsay in this, but that's okay at the warrant application process. But at the trial level, you're going to have different rules. And I don't see how they could get this affidavit in under those.
No chance.
Yeah. I mean, this affidavit would just be like a hot nope. Parkland shooter said he wanted the death penalty. He still didn't get it. I think ironically, sometimes the way to avoid the death penalty is to ask real hard for it. Because if you've committed multiple murders, sometimes they don't want to give you what you want.
Yep.
And, although if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. But
these cases suck. Like that DA's office right now is going through hell trying to determine,
I mean, DA Santa has got a lot of work ahead of him and a very difficult road, right? So he's going to have a tough thing there. And I see the information contained in the evidence will be, or in the affidavit will be evidence that comes in, but the document itself is not evidence. Yes, they will want all of this stuff in, but stuff like the roommate describing what was happening on that night,
it comes in through the roommate.
Yeah, they're going to get that in via the roommate, not via this affidavit.
Yeah.
So all of this is stuff that they're going to want to get in, but not this way. You can't just get it in with like this officer saying, I heard this stuff. See, DA Santa is going to be working overtime. DA Santa is probably had his docket cleared, except for this case. DA Santa is probably going to get his and if DA Santa says, I need another junior lawyer to do this task, I'm guessing he's going to get it. So
if we get DA Santa and Judge, did you hear that might be the name?
Judge?
Yeah.
That's amazing. But at the preliminary hearing, some of that can come in through the officers. Yep. Different standards of evidence. You got to, you got to check that. Scott is asking, do I know that I made a rule? Of course I knew. That was intentional. So, yes. And what is it? Against the Tide, I did see your DM. I'm not playing it on the stream just because it's another YouTube video. So sometimes you never know what's going to be on the sort of take your channel down copyright list. But yeah, lawyers, it depends. And then it depends more. Everybody wants like clear rules for something, and they don't necessarily, exist in that. Viking Wolf by Blood, thank you very much for the gift memberships there. Judge John C. Judge. That is fantastic. Needy B, thanks y'all for a great chat tonight. Talk soon, fellas. Night. We have to do Legally Blonde. We have to.
Have you not done that yet?
We have not done that. We've got to make that happen. So
pick a Discord and do it there.
Yep. And I see, can you imagine, this guy's named Judge, or his name Judge, and he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to apply for that. So, yeah, I see that's Attorney Tom's motto. I thought his motto was, can you get that off the high shelf for me?
Oh, no.
Come on, that was funny.
It was.
So let's see here. Against the Tide is saying I sensed something else. So now I'm looking here. I just see the screaming goat. So
gifted memberships. Viking Wolf by Blood gifted 10 memberships.
Yes. See, I can't imagine Ian liking Legally Blonde. I might hate it. I mean, I saw the scene from Wednesday where she's made to watch it and she likes it as a horror movie because there's so much pink. And I was like, that's a good thing. So make the Legally Blonde the Watch the Hogue donation night. I like that idea. So I think that's a good idea. I think that. See, Attorney Tom's motto is don't drop kick babies.
Oh. Gosh.
I mean, that's a good motto. So I guess to wrap this up here, what we have here looks bad. And they put a lot of effort into this to really, really show us the work they did on this. They put a lot of work in. They put a lot of time in on this one. And I think all of the people who said, oh, they're not doing anything on this have really, kind of been embarrassed. And I had people who wanted me to do a stream on talking about how little they're doing on this. And I was like, not doing that. I don't know what's happening. Not doing that. Don't know enough. So yeah, I see. What are your actual favorite lawyer movies? I like My Cousin Vinny, although I have a video that will be coming out on this topic and it comes to a much more cynical conclusion. So, yeah. Rob, question for you. Any update on Corey's play button?
Mm-hmm. Shipped off today.
It's shipped off. We should probably see that in a video because that's pretty cool. I love that we're going to be burying them in really sort of neat handcrafted play buttons. It's fun and yeah. So yeah, I mean, we've seen now the homework that they've done on this in terms of what they're, how much effort they're putting in. There's a lot that's going into this one, and it'll be really interesting to see what ultimately happens on this. So, any sort of further thoughts on this one?
Not really. Kind of covered everything. Like, we'll see where it goes. We're not going to get a lot of info, so just watch what comes out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are going to be saying, hey, with a lot of these things, people sort of want pressure for like constant updates. And I'm not good at the constant updates thing because a lot of that I feel like a lot of that ends up being kind of misleading my chat. And because like if I'm going in and saying, oh, this is a big deal, like the extradition hearing, there were people going, hey, and I was like, I don't know if I want to cover this because it's uninteresting. All it is it's just, he knows he's getting moved. He agrees to get moved. He's just showing up to go, okay. And I mean, unless he does something Daryl Brooks-ish, then that's about it, right? So, yeah. Oops. And I see, did you guys ever watch Runaway Jury with John Cusack? It's my favorite law movie. I haven't seen that one.
It's a good movie. Worth the watch.
Joe got his stream down or taken down for a Legally Blonde clip.
Yep.
I'm going to preface this by saying I love Joe. Joe's great. Joe's fantastic. That was a dumb move because you just like, yes, that will get your stream taken down. YouTube is full of stuff that is there to monitor for, for if you are playing copyrighted stuff. And so if you want to use a clip from Legally Blonde, first you have to make sure that it's either licensed or fair use. And then you upload it, you wait for them to make the claim, you object to the claim, and you wait for that to get processed. And I can tell you, I have a video right now that is in that process, and it is facing claims from multiple different movies. And so it may or may not ever see the light of day, but yeah. So somebody says, I think Runkle was there when Joe's stream got pulled and yeeted. Yep. I mean, you just can't play stuff like that on a stream. It will, they will hit you on that. I've been hit myself for playing stuff that was clearly not, an issue, but the machine doesn't know, right? The machine doesn't know. The machine doesn't care. So, yeah, that is, that's going to be interesting on that. So we'll follow this up as there's more information, but right now we don't have a whole lot. I also want to cover soon some of the Gonzalez and Google suit. I'm going to do a video on that because if you don't know, that's something that could destroy all of our channels. Could destroy YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Okay.
So, and it involves terrorism, but it doesn't just harm terrorism, it harms everybody. So it is a real shot at sort of the mechanics of how the internet works. And it's kind of worrying because there's also all of these amicus briefs, basically. And I could do like a full day of just going through amicus briefs, but everybody would, I'd have like 2 people watching going, ooh, this is still interesting. So yeah, I see any updates on the bill to throttle creators in Canada, C11. They're pushing it through. I mean, our government basically has no real checks or balances, so they're ramming that through. There's going to be charter litigation on it. I might end up being a party on that charter litigation. So yay. So yeah, I see. Oh my God, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't want to lose our YouTube. What this is in very brief, Google is being sued over, and there's a separate one with Twitter. So the suits basically involve like ISIS content, terrorism stuff on these channels. And basically whether Google should be held liable for that. And if they are, then Google has to monitor content on this a lot more strictly. And that means things like Tug, when Tug talks about celebrities right now, if Tug were to say something, and I'm not saying he does, but let's say he says something about Amber Heard that is defamatory. And I'm not saying he has, but maybe he does in some future thing. He's drinking. He says something. Right now, Google is not liable for that. Tug is, right? That's how that would go. Or if I say something, if I go and, say, the current Pope has done terrible things in, then they could sue me for defamation, but they can't sue Google because Google is protected by Section 230. But if that goes away, then Google has to be really careful about what they put on their channel. And do you think I'm still up there if that happens? Maybe. I'm pretty family friendly. Do you think Nick's is still up there? I don't think Nick makes the cut, because Nick can be spicy. I don't think Joe makes it. I think there's a whole bunch of my friends who don't make it because, they're just like, hey, this is too spicy. What we would instead see, instead of YouTube with like thousands and like tens of thousands of channels, what you'll see is like YouTube with dozens of channels that are pre-approved, hundreds, because they'll have to pre-approve and, vet all of them. So if you want to, this is a big deal. So the Supreme Court might basically end up taking away, I see, noting EDB mentioned curse words might become an issue.
It already is. They changed that already.
Yeah. So was there a rule changed in the YouTube rules?
Yep. Within the first 8 to 15 seconds, you can't use curse words. If you use curse words in the first 18 to 15 seconds, automatic demonetization, period, no appeal, and then increased monitoring throughout your videos.
Fudge. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So, yeah, I mean, I see here noting that they would all be Mr. Beast. And you know what? Mr. Beast, lots of people like his content. I don't watch it. Doesn't interest me. Sorry, Mr. Beast. And if you are watching this, A, my apologies, and B, get in touch with Captain Corey. He wants to talk to you. You should do a thing with Captain Corey. That would be amazing. But, yeah, I see EDB had to change her intro. So, yeah. Yeah. See, somebody noting to Scott Cardinal, you should probably stop using her name as the character because, well, you watched a 6-week defamation trial. I don't know if she'd sue Scott Cardinal, but I don't know if she wouldn't. We have seen YouTubers sued. So, yeah, I see. So no more effery. Yeah, I guess it's here. This channel, we talk about facts, not fudge, which is just going to make. Yeah, I see people
It's
asking, why did she have to change her intro? I'm sure it's the facts, not fuckery aspect to it. So, guys, self-care is vital. You've seen stuff. Yep. I can tell you, I have seen so much blood and organs and so forth in pictures.
Don't talk about the blood and organs.
So, yeah, there's a reason why, Scotch. So, yeah. I mean, we'll have to see, but the Supreme Court may well blow up the internet in huge ways. And it doesn't just affect YouTube, right? Because this also might affect Reddit. Because you know how much stuff gets posted to Reddit that Reddit theoretically, doesn't want to end up being liable for? Like, what happens if I post something saying, hey, this particular politician is a bad person in specific bad person ways? Well, that politician's not going to sue me, probably, because I'm some random dude. And I don't have a whole lot of money. But they might certainly sue Reddit because Reddit's got money. So, see, Amber Heard suing me would get you a lot of subscribers. Yes, it would also get you pushed into bankruptcy and they would take your channel. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Not legal advice. Get your own lawyer. But there's fights you just don't want to pick, man. Just saying. So yeah, what about what's going on? You're covering the Sam Bankman-Fried
FNF tomorrow. Holy crap! The bankruptcy case had the DOJ come in and seize everything. It blew up the bankruptcy yesterday. You have attorneys scrambling left, right, and center. You have an objection to the people that are asking to be attorneys for FTX, alleging impropriety on those attorneys. We're going to try and unpack that. It's going to be fun. We're going to have some curse words tomorrow.
And you know what the best part is? I'm able to be there if you're willing to have me.
Oh, you're there. Because this is going to be, oh my God. This bankruptcy case just blew up. And Bankman-Fried, you also have the judge that sealed the two the two people that signed on as signatories and guarantors to Sam Bankman-Fried's bond. The judge sealed the names, and now you have the press coming in and saying, nope, we want those names.
I saw that, and I was like, how can they see? Like, that seems like a pretty important public
This entire case is going interesting. It's gonna be crazy.
So 2 people, I'm guessing mom and dad?
No. Mom and dad were the family members that were allowed to, but the judge required there be 2 non-family members that signed on to guarantee the bond.
Oh, that's because I mean, who are they? Are they other?
That is what we're asking. That's what we're asking. So many
Are they
questions.
other people associated with?
I don't know. So many questions, and the judge put the bond condition, says you can't touch anything that was FTX property or anything that was you purchased with FTX property. This is after he starts moving money out of wallets to fund essentially his lawyers. And then the day after that, the feds go and seize all of these Robinhood shares and all this other stuff. BlockFi is fighting it. This case just became like 3 times bigger than it was.
Yeah, that's huge. Vicky Wade, thank you for the super sticker. I also see Nicholas saying FTC wanting to remove non-compete agreements will be on my channel since the Tate case goes on a back burner for a while now. Check out Nicholas's channel. He just started one out, and yep. So it's and I see P.S. Runkle, I have a name for a reason. So petty, honest, throwaway. I'm not just someone I can feel petty and laugh at pettiness, but I'm also honest about how I call it and see it respectfully most of the time. Yep. Ever find out if the house belongs to his parents?
Oh, the house is titled in his parents' name. It's in his parents' name. They have not titled it back. It's in his parents' name. They have not seized it yet, though, but it's in his parents' name.
Yep. And I see feels like this needs to lead to a bigger SCOTUS case in regards to how a company can infringe on a citizen's rights in some instances, not in others. May not seem like it, but could be a saving grace. I mean, the thing is that, people are saying, oh, we need, more free speech on the internet. I will tell you that if this case goes the wrong way, we're not going to see free speech on the internet. We are going to see heavily policed speech. Corporations are going to lock everything the F down. You should expect to see every comment section go away. You should expect to see mail services decide, you know what, this might not be worth it. You should expect to see YouTube, maybe just, maybe Google just says, you know what, we're going to walk away from YouTube or turn it into basically a TV channel where, there's X many shows that you get to decide to watch. So yeah, it's and I see would the U.S. Supreme Court affect Canada YouTube? You bet, because YouTube is in the States. So yeah. And I see, thanks for the great stream tonight, Ian and Rob. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, I see, imagine iMessage having to be censored or Apple be liable. Yep. This is terrifying. So, and the problem is that you get like a room full of old people deciding this. And I can guarantee you, virtually certain, that someone in that room, deciding this case affecting the internet across the world is going to be somebody who has to have their assistant print out their emails because they don't know how to check. I can virtually guarantee that's the case. Exactly. So how can it be infringement to not bake a cake or open a bathroom, but not infringe on speech? Can't eat your cake and have it too. That's how the law is at the moment. They will have to restrict. Like, there'll be all of the people calling for free speech on the internet will be very unhappy if this case goes the way of that. And in fact, when you look at the amicus briefs, all of the people who are basically in support of the rule that the Supreme Court might establish here are basically people who their intention is to limit speech on the internet. So, yeah. All right. So I see somebody saying, "Oh my gosh, I just realized you all were live. So mad I didn't get a notification." We're about to wrap up here, folks. So sorry about that one. You may have to go back to the beginning and do the replay crew. All right. So I think you've got the absolute best coverage of the Sam Bankman-Fried stuff on the internet. So people should check that out. And yeah. I see. Hence why I think a different type of case going to SCOTUS could be the only thing to undo it if they go that way. Yep. Against the tide, make sure to do all the YouTubey things like subscribe and share. Sharing is caring. Absolutely.
Please do.
I see y'all. You're going to leave us on that. I'm going to do a video about this case.
Well, yeah. Plus, you'll see Runkle tomorrow night.
Yep. So I'll be around. Don't worry. They'll be there. I may not get the video out tonight because, I've had 3 of these, and I got to. I also have to be there for Friday Night Frenzy, and I got to. Got to do lawyer work. The worst.
Scott's comment.
Go watch Hogue for a Hogillion hours, everybody.
Just look at Scott's comment.
I had this damn stream already, so I can send you a damn link for you to look
That's
at.
a good. There you go. Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Have a good night, folks, and we'll see you tomorrow on for Friday Night Frenzy. Cheers.
Night, guys.